Good evening and welcome to the Monday, April 13th, 2020 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. This meeting is being held as an online Zoom meeting pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law issued March 12th, 2020. This meeting is being audio and video recorded by Northampton Open Media and broadcast. And there will be a public comment period during the meeting, which we will move to briefly. But first, I will ask the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Member Gold.
Here.
Member Goldman.
Here.
Member Kaufman.
Here.
Member Levy.
Here.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Here.
Member Voss.
Here.
Member Busansky. I know, I saw you. Oh, you're on mute. Member Condon.
Present.
Member Fallon.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. We will now move into the public comment period. And the way I would like to conduct public comment is that if you are a member of the public on the call and you wish to offer public comment, if you could please utilize the raise hand function to go ahead and indicate that you wish to participate in public comment. And then if you are calling in by telephone, you actually would do that by using the *6 to indicate that you wish to raise your hand. So, are there folks wishing to speak in public comment? If you could please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I have one hand raised at this point, and it is Sarah R. And I am going to unmute your audio, Sarah, and ask you to please identify yourself, your name and address, and address the council, the school committee for 3 minutes.
Mayor, can I just jump in really quickly? I'm seeing some people actually physically raising their hands. And I just wanted to make sure, could you explain to people how they raise their digital hands, please?
Yes. So if you want to raise your digital hand, you need to go to the participants menu, which shows you in the call. And there are options to raise your hand. There's also your audio. You'll see your audio icon and video icon, but that is the option for raising your hand. Again, if you're calling by phone, you can raise your hand with *6. I can't see everybody's screen, so I can't see all physical hands being raised. So there's another hand. Great. So let's go to Sarah R. And I will unmute you, Sarah, and you can have the first public comment. I think I keep unmuting you and you keep remuting yourself. There you go, Sarah. You're all set.
All set?
Yes.
Okay. Sarah Roberti, Fox Rooms Road in Florence. I don't know what else I was supposed to.
That's fine. Perfect.
That's fine. I guess I'm concerned about the cuts to teachers and budget and other budget cuts in order to pay for two brand new positions, the SLE coach and the coordinator, the family outreach coordinator. And I would like the committee to reject those positions and spend more time thinking about what actually is needed coming out of this crisis situation that we are still currently in and is very fluid. And we're still learning lessons from it. And so that's my comment. I think you're muted now.
Not have background noise. Thank you so much. The next person who has their hand raised is Elena Chiampa. Let's see. You have the floor, Elena. Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Hi. Yeah, my name is Elena Chiampa, and I'm in Florence. And I have 2 kids at the high school. And I also I am a teacher and have taught in a few different school systems. And I'm on hiatus right now studying again. But every place I've taught. It's 7 o'clock. Sorry, that was my computer saying what time it is. Every school I've taught at, they've all been public schools. There's actually never enough teachers there, and there's often not an aide where one is desperately needed. And I would revisit the thought of letting go any teachers whatsoever. And with possibly other creative ideas. It looks as though an administrative person is needed to help with the outreach because of COVID. Is that correct, David?
I can't really respond in public comment, so we can send that information, but we're really not supposed to be interactive, so I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, yeah. For all of the administration staff in all of the buildings in the district, it seems to me, a person on the inside of public schools, that the jobs could be dispersed. And in order for teachers to be retained for the kids' sake, I would opt, and I would, recommend against cutting any teachers and opt for creative solutions to doing the work that is, presented right now with outreach to families. So thank you for listening.
So thank you very much. The next hand that is up is Jacob Ditkovsky.
Hi, I'm Jacob Ditkovsky. I'm a parent of a Leeds kindergartner, a JFK student. I live in Ward 5 on Fox Farms Road. And I just want to say that, this budget was kind of a surprise to me. I don't know how many other people feel that way. We're dealing with so much right now, and we passed the override. We worked really hard, passed overwhelmingly. And it almost feels like a bait and switch that we passed the override, and now we're talking about losing 2.5 special education teachers, when I know for a fact that parents are going to the superintendent and complaining about the lack of special education support in the schools. We love the inclusion model, but we don't have the special education support that was promised that's needed. We're just giving the teachers more to do and less support. And it just feels like the schools the teachers are great, the OTs, the PTs, the adjustment counselors, the special education teachers that I've interacted with, and I said I have 3 kids in the schools, gone through from kindergarten all the way through 6th grade. They're all great, but our schools are not succeeding for all the students, and it's not them. So the idea that we're gonna fund our schools properly and then also cut these teachers is I don't really have the patience to not be angry about it right now. So that's basically all I want to say.
Thank you very much for your public comment. I appreciate it. The next person whose hand is raised is Deborah Denhart.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Deborah.
Thank you. I'm the parent of 4 children. 2 are currently at the high school, 2 have graduated and are in college, and I live in Northampton. And I'm also calling in with concerns about the staff cuts to the high school in particular, but I feel the same way about the elementary schools and the middle school. And I want to particularly speak about the English department, because I think you all know that the teachers are the ones providing all the social emotional support right now. but that's what they always do. So I feel like they're needed now more than ever. I think it's a false claim that's been put out there that the class size is small and they can go down a teacher. In fact, many of the classes in the English department are above 28, some above 30 students. The budget, if you cut an English teacher, the person who's going to be cut is the newly hired teacher who's been fantastic. He's the only person of color, one of the few in the school, teachers in the school, and the only person of color in the English department. He has been phenomenal at working with the kids who have some of the highest needs, and that's been a stated goal of the district to really reach out to lower income students, students with learning challenges, and connect with them. And that's exactly what this teacher has been doing at a very high level. And he's the teacher that would be cut if this goes forward. And I want to really express that I feel like this is adding administrative support. I think we have to be really clear that coaches and coordinators are administrators. They are not working directly with students in classrooms. So you'd be cutting teacher time, instructional time, in favor of more administration. And I want to echo the comment that someone said was a bait and switch. Many of us worked hard and really supported the override, particularly to preserve teachers. And now this feels like it's really dishonest and disingenuous and really not paying attention to what parents and students want, which is more high quality teachers. So I hope you'll all think about that and reflect on it and come up with some other creative ways that allow us to retain the really good teachers that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. The next person, there's actually no other hands raised. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment? And again, in order to raise your hand, you need to find the participants icon and find that's where you'll be able to take that option to raise your hand. Again, if you're on a phone, it's *6 to raise your hand. Is there anyone else? I'm trying to just visually look at everyone. Is there anyone else? Oh, that's the timer. Okay. I don't, of course. All right. So let's do this just to be safe. I'm going to unmute all. So, hi, is there anyone who wishes to speak in public comment? If you could just let me know. I've been asking people to raise their hand. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment? Okay. All right, I'm remuting the call. It does not appear that there are folks who wish to speak in public comment. Okay, so thank you very much. That will conclude our public comment for this evening. We'll now move to announcements from the school committee. Are there any announcements from members of the school committee? If you could raise your hand to let me know. Okay. Does not appear to be any announcements from the school committee. So now I will ask for a motion to move into executive session. Could someone please offer a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Okay. So we need to read, though, it's important under the law that we need to read the actual request.
Okay. Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it?
That would be great.
Motion to request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. Specifically to discuss strategy with respect to NACE's demand to bargain of February 13th, 2020 and April 6th, 2020.
Okay, and And there's a second from Member Levy. Yes, okay. So we need a roll call vote, and then I'll explain to the public what will happen next. So we need a roll call vote.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Busansky. I know you're here. Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
We already have a quorum.
Okay, so that passes, the motion passes. So what will happen now is the school committee will actually leave this meeting. The meeting will remain open. It'll continue to be going on. And the school committee will leave and move into a executive session, which is actually a separate Zoom link that you've been sent. And then we will return to open session. So we will come back to open session. The meeting will resume, and we will pick it up from there. We'll have an executive session at the end of the meeting, but that will actually be one that we will directly adjourn from. So the school committee will now leave this Zoom meeting and move into a separate executive session Zoom meeting. And Northampton Open Media will display to the public a notice letting folks know that the school committee meeting is still going, but we're in executive session. So let us, school committee members, I think, can leave the meeting and move to the executive session.
David, I don't know why, but I can't leave the meeting without getting out of the meeting. So I think I have to make you host. I don't know how to do this.
Well, if I leave, that might be problematic too.
Maybe we'll have to stay.
You want to make me host? It's Molly.
Can I ask?
Oh
a
yeah,
question?
let's make Molly host.
Can
Yeah,
I ask
that'd
a
be great.
question before you adjourn? Am I able to do that?
Who is this?
This is Sarah Roberti. Just a question.
I'm sorry, I really can't. The meeting, the public comment piece is over, so I can't really. I just can't field questions. Yeah, that's just not how our rules work. So you're going to transfer host to Molly, correct? So Molly can keep the meeting open. Great.
I will.
Great. Okay, welcome back to the open session of the Northampton School Committee for April 13th, 2020. I'm Mayor Narcoitz, the chair. The school committee has just come out of an executive session held at the start of the meeting. And now we will resume with our regular agenda. And so I will now move to the main item on the agenda, which is our scheduled vote on the FY 2021 budget. And so I know that Dr. Provost, based on guidance from the school committee at our last meeting, has prepared some revised slides for us. And so I would, I guess, turn that over to Dr. Provost, if he's back in the meeting.
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
trying to raise my hand, but I don't have the option anymore. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. It's there.
Okay, your hand is raised. I recognize you.
Okay. I wanted to make a motion for the budget so that we can discuss.
Oh, okay. So no presentation, just presentation, just a motion. Go for it.
Okay.
Motions are always in order. So
Okay. I wanted to move the budget from April 7th with some modifications, because I know since then we've had further discussion, but I think the budget that we saw on April 7th is the most relevant to the current situation that we find ourselves in. Myself, Member Levy, and Member Voss had some conversations and have, I guess, as it were, a joint motion to bring. So perhaps if I could have a second, and I would like to cede my time to Member Levy to describe our motion, the changes we would like to see to the April 7th budget. So my motion is to move the April 7th budget with amendments that we will present.
Okay. And I guess I should ask you as the parliamentarian, does that require a second before you cede to Member Levy?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I can't.
So,
I don't know if
okay. So Member Levy will second, and Member Levy, you have your hand up to describe. And again, we'll need to have some description of these amendments. So hopefully that'll be forthcoming.
Yeah, and actually, if I don't know, if there's a way that Emily, you could email Annie. Did you already do that? A link to the document, and Annie could share the screen, or who's the host of the meeting?
It would be Annie.
Mm-hmm.
We could do that.
Okay, because that would be helpful so that we could all look at the proposal. We can then walk you through the proposed amendment. So if Member Sophie Cox is emailing Annie, Annie could then put that up on the screen.
Sure.
Maybe I'll start just describing it while we're waiting for it to show up, if that's okay.
Yes.
But what Member Voss and Member Sophie Cox and I have been working on is really something that would support our mutual goal of having more adults working directly with our students in the classrooms, especially as we consider the conversations we've had to date that have gone in multiple directions, as we've considered a budget that best responds to COVID-19, as well as still addresses the impact of WINS on the elementary schools. I will also add, while we're waiting for the document to appear, that we're putting this forward not as a completely finalized proposed amendment, but as a proposal for the discussion of the school committee. I'll speak for myself. I think Member Voss and Member Sophie Cox share this opinion, but I very much respect the perspectives of each member of the school committee. I feel like I learn something when everybody speaks. And so we're very much looking for people's thoughts and input as we're looking at these amendments. I am wondering where we are on that document.
Annie, have you
I received it, and now I'm trying to get it up on my screen.
I also shared it in the chat if folks want to pull it up on their own screens.
Excuse me, Member Sarah, need to change the sharing settings on that document so anyone can access it who has the link.
I see about 12 people in the document so far, but I'll check that, double check that.
Member Condon, are you having trouble accessing it?
I am. I just copied and pasted the link into a browser window, and it's not directly.
I see the issue. I'll fix it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if this will work.
Can I just echo something Member Levy said, which is we intend this to be a starting point for discussion, and really would value other input. We're not trying to just say this is the amendment and it's finished. It's a starting point for discussion.
Yeah. So what I thought I would do is take you down the right-hand column first, which is our ideas of what we are hoping that the upcoming budget will fund. So this is column E. In addition to the other pieces that are already in that April 7th budget proposal, we would like to reinstate funding the two special ed teachers at Bridge, one at Bridge Street and one at Jackson Street. We did not, and I'll say that part of where this is coming from is very much because of the feedback that we've gotten collectively from teachers and community members. So there was a great deal of feedback about the necessity and importance of those special ed teachers at Bridge Street and Jackson Street. We didn't feel there was as much of a necessity for the Ryan Road halftime special ed teacher, partially because we didn't hear from any single person from Ryan Road about that, but also because of the numbers that came from one of the documents about the teacher-student ratios, or the adult to student ratios at Ryan Road. We would also like to reinstate the first grade ESPs such that there's one floating ESP for the first grade at each of the elementary schools. We would like to, I'm not going to go quite in order, we would like to reinstate the Leeds general education teacher and also add an additional floating ESP at Leeds. And this is very much due to the feedback that we've received from the community about the strong need for more adults directly working with students at Leeds. We are given the feedback from the English department from the high school, in addition to other conversations with community members. We feel like it is not a good idea to cut the English teacher from the high school. And we are very much, again, thinking about the need to have adults working directly with our students. We recognize that these additions very much are weighted towards the elementary school side, and we feel like that's a necessity in order to address the catch-up work, really, that we still need to do as a result of the implementation of the WINS model. And we also recognize the trickle-down effect, or the trickle-up effect, that stronger support of our elementary schools will have for the students once they reach middle school and high school. Member Condon had suggested that if we're going to look to fund specific initiatives, that we should then suggest where that funding is going to come from. And so we are now to the left, which is column B. We are, as ideas, again, we're putting this out there, we're recommending the following not be funded. The first is a social emotional coach, which I know that the superintendent and the administrators have really pushed for this. From the teacher feedback, there have been very strong sentiments that they have the tools they need in order to be able to address behavioral issues. They simply don't have the bandwidth or the manpower. And so one of the things that I know is important for us to articulate is that people don't know what they don't know. And I do think a social emotional coach or social emotional learning coach would be a really strong thing for us to have as a district. But it doesn't seem like the timing for that is now, given that it would come at the expense of direct support in the classroom for our students. And so we're proposing to not fund that position right now. We're also proposing that we not fund the family engagement coordinator. Again, I will echo my previous sentiment. And for somebody who has a background in diversity and inclusion, I very strongly support our district having this position, but I don't think that that should happen right now, given the number of cuts we're asking schools to make. I do think, and we do think, we had a conversation about whether some of that work might be folded into another position. There was just a posting of the attendance. I'm not sure if it was the attendance coordinator, whether there might be a way to fold some of the work that we very much need from a family engagement coordinator into that position, or whether there are other creative ideas we could have in the time being while we don't fund that position, with the hopes that we could hopefully fund it in the future. The project Lead the Way, again, this is something that I know there's tremendous support in the high school and from the administration. And it seems like a really valuable program, and you've sent a lot of information, and I really appreciate that. That very much does show the strength of the academic rigor. And it seems like that shouldn't come at the cost of an English teacher at the high school. The 7D van drivers, I'm gonna keep going. Actually, I might yield at this point to Susan or Member Voss in order to further explain some of these cuts that we're proposing. And I'll simply just add before I turn it over to Member Voss, you'll see at the very bottom of the sheet where we've done the math that we're actually proposing more cuts than we need. And that's not because we think we should cut all these things, it's just different ideas. And so there's room for people to say, actually, we don't think we should cut this, or to be a little more creative here. So I'll yield to Member Voss.
Thank you. And certainly it's no fun to try to think of what should be in the list to cut, and yet we need more cuts to off balance the proposed positions. And just to echo this, we want to open this up to other possibilities, but just reading through the budget book over and over again and trying to find things that might have the smallest effects. And also a lot of our work came from what was proposed by the alt team in the case if the override failed. That's where we began our work to think about what could we do without for a year. And so the first few lines here from superintendent's proposal, if the override didn't pass, we're basing these numbers on the budget that was presented to us last Tuesday. There was an alternative that we might be hearing more about shortly, emailed to committee members on Friday night. And there's different numbers in those. And the superintendent expressed in his email to us with the Friday night budget that he really didn't like it. And we didn't like it either. So we're not using any of the cuts that were proposed in that. But I do want to say we could certainly consider putting some of those cuts in here instead of the ones we've estimated. And it's hard to know exactly what these numbers should be. We estimated them as best we can. I know I have an email from 6:30 tonight in response to some questions I emailed earlier in the day, but I haven't been able to read that email and think about how they fit. So some of these numbers might be a little off, but we just wanted to get started. So from the superintendent's proposal, the IT student summer worker, 9,000, maintenance costs across the district, and we're not sure exactly what those 60,000 entail, and more could be changed, as I said. Athletic transportation, there was some cuts to athletics made last Tuesday, and our best estimate is there was the difference between those cuts that we understood and what was proposed, the override didn't pass, might be about $8,500. And then looking through the book for additional possible cuts, about 2 years ago, we added an athletic clerical support that didn't used to be there. And again, none of these are great cuts, but we're looking to find ways to get teachers in the classroom. There's something called new contract services for phys ed, and it's really because it's new and it appears to have not been there before. So $9,500. New laptops for Tech Foundry at about 7,000, and increases in professional development stipends appeared to be new for 13,000. So that's our starting point.
Okay, so this is in the form then of a motion. So the motion that was made and seconded by Member Seraphy Cox and seconded by Member Levy, this is the motion, is to have the April 7th budget, but with these changes. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion? And is there any, would the members making it want clarification on some of these items that you were unsure about, but thought that they were new, so you put them in? Do you want any clarification on that? Member Fallon.
Before we start discussion, I do want to say that as far as I know, the number for the English teacher at Northampton High School is based on a false assumption that is not the salary. And so we're already starting off with the numbers are not accurate.
Okay.
If you hover over, there's a comment that says that amount was put in from the cut that was in if the override fails. So that's where we got that number. So if that number is erroneous, then
Yes.
we can correct it.
So the accurate number would be 56,400.
Done. Thank you. You just made our lives easier.
So I don't see the correction yet, but let's see. Okay. So other hands, any other comments? Member Gold.
When you say, I mean, is this an opportunity to ask comments or questions? Like what is this portion right now? Just so I can wrap my head around what you're not right now.
I don't know if that was a question for the mayor or
The mayor, yeah, I guess. Like what is this opportunity now for? To comments about.
Well, there's been a motion that's been made and seconded to basically pass the April 7th budget presentation, but with these changes to it. So this would be it would be obviously a marked departure from the April 7th budget presentation, but it's taking what was presented on April 7th to you, and obviously, the superintendent was given instructions to bring back a presentation, a new budget, and worked with his team, I believe, for 3 days on said presentation. But this is being made in lieu of hearing that, and so this is what's on the floor right now. So the question becomes amendments to this, or a vote on it. It's again, I think the makers of this have said that they are open to hearing discussion on it.
So, I mean, I guess I could use some help wrapping my head around it. The makers of it could help us with this. At the last meeting, we said that we were uncomfortable with voting on the budget that we had just received the day before, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like we had that meeting, I think it was Wednesday last week or Tuesday last week, and we got the new budget that had the issue with the question about the robotics that ended up getting put back in. And there was that feeling that we would, so if any of the three of you can help me wrap my head around how are we supposed to reconcile that part? Because right now I'm thinking like, how could I possibly vote on something I'm seeing just now? And also, we asked to have feedback from the alt team and talk to administrators on what they thought the impact would be. And how could we not want to understand from them the same impact of this as well? So I would love to, because it's very challenging. I don't know if this is precedented. I guess I'd want to know that as well as a new school committee person. Is this a precedent where the day of the budget, it could be essentially rewritten by a couple members of the school committee altogether? That's another question I have too, I guess. A lot of different questions popping in my head.
Obviously when you're approving a budget, it's ultimately the school committee makes motions, makes amendments. And so I don't think it's unprecedented to have votes and amendments to the budget. Obviously when the school committee did vote to give a clear instruction to the superintendent and the alt team. So that this is a little bit of a departure from that, but I've got a bunch of hands. So member Condon. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, like, I guess the piece was, and along that asked, because you said, like, is there some questions for the 3 people who made the amendment? There was an agreement, I had thought, about no surprises. We had this whole norms thing, and that's kind of shocking as well. So I just want to share that as well.
Okay.
Respond
Member
if you want.
Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thanks to my fellow members who came up with this very concrete and creative proposal for adjusting our priorities. But like Member Gold, it's, it was discussed amongst a few people, and I'm also saying this for the first time. I think there needs to be a fair amount of discussion before a vote for approval of this proposal. And I think those members are okay with that from what I heard from them. But I just want to put that out there. I don't think we're ready to vote on this yet. I think we need to hear some potentially alternative proposals from members who weren't involved in what's in front of us right now.
Member Voss.
Yeah, so I want to clarify what's happening for everyone. We have had a few meetings where many members have expressed concern about the reduction of teachers and adults routinely in classrooms. We've heard a lot about this. It's been a back and forth, so I don't think there's any surprise here about how some of us feel. I've certainly shared that perspective numerous times publicly and in email. And so that the public knows, the school committee members, roughly around 4 p.m. on Friday, I believe, received an alternative proposal from the superintendent, which we're probably all going to see shortly, including an email where he said he wasn't very happy with it. And it really, in my opinion, did not address the need to get more adults in classrooms. And I continued to have the same concerns about the English teacher at the high school that were discussed last Tuesday. So I don't think there's any surprises here in terms of where we think priorities should be. And that's a very healthy thing for our community to discuss. Where should the priorities be? We just passed an override. And we've heard a lot from community members where they think the priorities should be. So this is a way to get us talking about those priorities. And I really did appreciate Member Condon's perspective last Tuesday, where he said we need a way to put money back and forth between 2 columns. If we're going to bring things back, what are we going to eliminate? And this is just a starting point. So when we get something on a Friday at 4 and spend really the vast majority of the weekend thinking about reading the budget book, talking to constituents who are reaching out to us and trying to think about what might work. And again, this is just a starting point for conversation. I did email the superintendent this morning with some questions about some of these cuts, because they hadn't been discussed and I wanted to understand them. And I completely understand he might not have had time to read it and get back to me in time for me to update it. But, we didn't get a response till Friday night either. So I don't think anyone's trying to surprise anyone, but we're trying to recognize the discussion that actually needs to happen. I'll see if my other 2 proposers of this amendment have anything to add to that.
Member Levy has her hand up next.
Thanks. I actually, Member Voss said a lot of what I was going to say. The only thing I'll add, or the only few things I'll add, is to emphasize that there was really a desire on our part to get this to the committee as soon as we could, because we agree that this is a very hard thing to take in and look at and then have to vote on. And we were literally on the phone with each other at our meeting started at 6:45. I think we're on the phone finalizing this document at 6:30 or 6:35. So it was really we were trying really hard to get this done, and we weren't trying to surprise folks. And I'll reiterate what Member Voss said, that I think every single time I've spoken in my questions and in my statements, as soon as we started talking about the budget, it was to ask questions about adults in the room and to say that that was a priority, from both what I've learned and also what I've been hearing from folks. So to just second it, I don't think that this will come as a huge surprise. I'll also just second that what Member Condon said about really needing some time to discuss and to really mull this over. Absolutely. Like, we're really putting it out there for people to think about and to push back. Like, we very much, I said it before and I'll say it again, I very much value the perspectives that each of the members have. And if people see something and it doesn't strike them as in line with what you think the district should be doing moving forward, I very much want to hear that and want to discuss it. And this is really, as Member Voss said, it's a starting point for a conversation.
Member Kaufman.
Great, thank you. This document is not posted, is that right? Because okay, here we go. So I'm trying to read it, but it's not currently posted for us. It's not shared, the Excel,
It should be. If you're continuing to have technical difficulties accessing it, I can continue to try and work on that. Member Kaufman, I didn't know you were still having.
I am able to see it though, just bringing it up on my laptop, so it's okay. So I think
we can't see the headings on it. I don't know if Annie can update it, but we can't see the change to the English teacher, and we cannot see the headings of what column B is. Yeah.
It's possible that your screen sharing is paused, Annie. That has happened to me in the past.
It's not paused. I don't think. It says stop share, so it's still being shared.
Okay. Now mine's working. All right. Let me just say that I don't feel surprised by this, so that's fine. I mean, I think what I'm confused by is that you made changes to April 7th, and honestly, I've been looking at this a lot since last Friday. So for me, it's just a little confusing to now match up to see the changes that the all team was trying to make in a different format to this. So that feels new to me. That feels like I'm trying to catch up and I'm trying to compare. So that even though I don't think you're surprising us, I think you've kind of set me back to try and make this comparison, but I'll get to it. What I feel like I'm missing from here, and this is cut off, but I would like to hear from Dr. Provost about the additional proposed cuts, which again, I can't read, but I can see the row heading at least. I know that there's 4 or 5 ones there, and I compliment Dr. Voss or whomever else went through this to come up with any sort of innovative ideas or line items that we hadn't previously seen. Thank you for doing that, whoever did that again. When I see things like maintenance costs and athletic transportation, again, that's really confusing to me because I saw the one from Friday. So can someone help me match those two? Like what was the all team suggesting and how does this compare to it? I can do the math, but I don't know if your thinking took into account the maintenance costs that the all team had suggested that would be made.
Do you want me to answer you?
And I also noticed that you're suggesting putting in first grade ESPs, which is in the previous one, which is in the current one, but the floating ESP at Leeds, I'm a little confused with that. So yes, if somebody, was that Susan, if you can, or Member Voss, if you can help me with that, that would be right off the bat a big help to clarify my confusion.
Is that okay, Mayor, if I answer him?
Certainly, if you're the maker of the motion, so or one of the makers of the motion, so you can certainly explain it.
So I don't know if we can see more of the screen, but we did not use the cuts in the Friday, April 10th version. for the reasons I already said. So this is going back to what we were presented in the public session last Tuesday. And our understanding was that the superintendent preferred that, and we did. So that's the why. And then we went back to the talk from February if the override didn't pass. And we looked at that and identified things on that list that we wanted to propose that we could go back to cut. And I don't know, we could ask Dr. Provost. It was part of an email I sent today, and I don't know the answer, but in that slideshow that he presented, there was $60,000 titled maintenance costs if the override failed. And I don't know if any of those have been applied to last Tuesday's budget. There was an IT summer worker for $9,000 back if the override failed. And we did our best. There was $21,000 if the override failed that would be cut from athletics. And last Tuesday's budget appeared to cut, and I had to guess, about $12.5K based on what I could tell from transportation and cheerleading looking through the budget book. So these are estimates. They might not add up to the number we have. We certainly can't, I certainly can't say these are exact. It's just trying to make the two columns match. And I don't know, Annie, if you could scroll down.
I was actually going to ask Annie to take down the document and then put it back up again, because I think that's why you're not seeing the changes that were made.
Okay.
So I just think if you take it down, it'll sort of refresh. It's a snapshot of what was on your screen. So maybe if you try to reshare it now, maybe refresh the document, you know, to make the changes that were made, and then share it again.
Okay.
And just so folks know, a link to the document is in the chat, so you can go there to view it directly. And there's also a link in the document itself to the budget presentation from April 7th, so that it's clear which budget we're referencing.
So Member Kaufman, did that, I just want to follow back up to you. You asked a question, Member Voss responded to it. Is that answer your questions for now? I'm just trying to understand where you are.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where I am too. No, it didn't really answer, so I'm maybe even more confused. I mean, I think that these changes are probably based on good thought and opinion, and that's what we need to debate tonight. I'm still struck with the fact that my mind is still on the most current slides that we received, and I really wish you guys would have worked on that, because it now feels like I have to open up the one from last Tuesday. I have to take into account how these things are matched up that reflect the current thinking of the alt team. And I feel like you've done some great work here, but I really wish you had worked off the one from Friday. So now I'm trying to figure this out. I really feel like I need to hear from Dr. Provost regarding the additional proposed cuts. And I think if he can kind of bring us up to speed as to which one of these things are in the alt's current plan and which ones aren't, that might go a long way. Or I can open up the April 7th one, but I would need some time to kind of jive those different ones together.
Can I to try and help clarify, or do you want me to wait?
Well, there's a number of hands up, and I've got several. Cami has her hand up, so I don't know if that's to provide some information. And I've got Pam Plummer, and I've got Dr. Plummer, and I've got Principal Madden with their hand up, and I've got Principal Agna with their hand up. So I'm just trying to understand if it's relevant to Ronnie, to Member Kaufman's questions, or where that's coming from. So let me go. Member Kaufman, would you just yield so I could just check with those other folks to find out what their inquiry is about?
Yeah.
So Cami, you have your hand up. I'm just curious what that's in regard to.
I think the alt team would just like to have some time to talk to the school committee about this before any decisions are made or further into discussion. We just wanted to be part of it.
Okay. So So let's go. Member Levy, you wanted to also just quickly respond to Member Kaufman's concern. I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, he said it didn't, it sounds like he still has the same question. So I was gonna, about why we didn't use the Friday version of the budget. And I just wanted to respond to that to try and help clarify that when we were sent that budget, it was accompanied by a note that said, we don't like this budget. We don't think this is a good idea at all. Here's what we think you're asking for, but we think it's a horrible idea. I don't think horrible was used, bad. Is here, and we think it's a bad idea. And so we took those words seriously. We also looked at it and said, well, it doesn't actually accomplish all that we were hoping to. And so it made sense to us to go back to the April 7th, I believe, version of the budget where it was not presented as, we think this is a really bad idea, and to make our amendments from there in order to better accomplish the goals that I think folks were trying to do with the Friday budget attempt, but it didn't seem to get there. So I don't know if that helps elucidate why we didn't start with the Friday one, but it seemed like the cuts that were being made, that nobody felt like they were a positive idea, and so it didn't seem like we should work with that version of it.
Okay, so Member Kaufman, would you yield for now, and we can get to some of the other questions, and then it sounds like we have several of the alt team that would like to weigh in as well. Lots of the alt team. Yeah.
I just feel like I need to respond to Member Levy's comment, which is, it sounds disingenuous, I'm sorry, but when you go back to a budget that folks said they liked, and you say it went back to the one they liked, and then you change everything in it, then you can't use it. I don't disagree with many of the changes you've made, but please don't say that you went back because you felt like the alt team was supportive of it, and then you more or less dropped everything that they wanted to add and got rid of everything they wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Like, please.
Okay, so Member Fallon, you have your hand up next. Do you have, go ahead, Member Fallon.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, part of my concern is that I still don't think we have accurate numbers. I did just get an email saying that the number I quoted, which I gotten from an email I sent from Dr. Provost earlier today on the English teacher salary, was also not correct. So we are going to need at some point to know what that actual English teacher salary is before we vote tonight. But more importantly, while I appreciate the spirit of what's happening, I am really concerned that I feel like this proposal completely disregards all of the recommendations of our the administrative leadership team. We had the results of the equity criteria. I understand some people maybe didn't agree with the questions that were asked, but to essentially eliminate all of those items on the budget that the administrative leadership team had cited as being the most important for equity concerns me a little bit. So I definitely would like to hear from them about this. Obviously, I support some of the changes that are being made, but I would definitely like to hear from the alt group before we make any further decisions tonight.
Member Gold, you have your hand up next. And then I have a line of administrators with their hands up.
I'd like to yield to the line of administrators with their hands up.
Okay, so thank you. So the first person is the business administrator, Kemi Lamaka.
Can we call on people from the audience, Mayor Narkowitz? I mean, I would love to hear from them, but is that proper protocol?
We had public comment, and so, oh, you're saying administrators?
I'm saying anybody that has their hands raised. I mean, I would really love to hear from them, but I don't want to break the rules.
Yeah, I think our custom has been that we have a public comment period, which we did have at the beginning of the meeting. And then we do recognize, obviously, administrative leadership team members. And I will remind the school committee that you did instruct the administrative leadership team and Dr. Provost to take the April 7th proposal and bring back something else to this meeting. And but in terms of just recognizing members of the public, it's not really, we're now debating a motion that's on the floor of the school committee. So I don't really think it's proper that we would then recognize just members of the public. So Cami, you have your hand up.
Yep. I guess I just have to state how frustrated I am at the moment. The administrative team and I have worked with the superintendent since December, putting budget scenarios together, costing things out, coming up with a list of recommended reductions, things that were important that we felt were needed in the schools. The principals see everything in their building of what they need every day. They talk with their teachers, they talk with their staff, and we've spent an enormous amount of time thoughtfully putting plans together, presenting them to the school committee, listening to the recommendations of what the school committee wanted to. They'd rather see something in there about the first grade ESPs, and they questioned about the special ed teachers, so they wanted to hear from the principals. So what I'm finding very frustrating for myself at the moment is, if this plan was put together and it's been thought out, I have not received one question myself of, could you help me get this number so it's right? I'm now looking at a budget that I'm trying to piece together from home with lots of pieces of paper, and I'm telling you, I'm struggling with it right now. So now I get to add one more piece of paper to this list, and these numbers are right. So I'm not sure what I'm cutting and what's going to balance out or not. So I need you to all understand how frustrating this is to me. And I'm sure many other administrators are going to say the same thing at the moment, because we don't take this lightly. This is an enormous amount of work to put it together, and we do the things that are best for the district, the entire district. And I take the whole financial piece very seriously. I try to be very responsible. I try to make sure you have all the information you need ahead of time. You ask questions, I answer them. So I am feeling a little bit surprised and blindsided by this. And I am trying to piece numbers together. I'm looking at different pieces of paper, and I'm going to try to do the best I can with it, but it's not a great situation. Thank you.
The next person with their hand up is Dr. Plummer.
So I guess I'd just like to add that I find this entire process demoralizing. I can say that one of the hardest parts for me of last week's meeting, I understand the format of it is atypical given our circumstances. We are currently in a worldwide global pandemic crisis, and our faculty and we are working most days, 12-hour days, 15-hour days, rethinking how our children, especially our students who are most vulnerable, are being affected by this, and adding 3 hours of refiguring out the budget, despite days and days of figuring this out. And to consider that at every opportunity, as Cami said, people have the ability to reach out and ask more questions. And Mr. Kaufman reached out. I spoke with him for over an hour today to answer more questions, and I'm happy to answer more questions, and I would have. I am sacrificing my own family's best needs to meet the needs of our district at this time, and this is incredibly demoralizing. It's just the part that it feels like to me. I just don't understand how, knowing our administrative leadership team and how open people are and how willing people are to have conversations, that this level of side conversation existed, which I'm not even sure is even allowable with rules around public meeting and school committee. I just need to put it out there. And that piece, that coming at a time when we're all giving so much of ourselves, our entire district is giving so much of ourselves right now. This on top of it just feels awful. And I'm happy to answer any questions like I did for Mr. Kaufman today. But I feel the need to put this out there for myself and my colleagues who I care so very much for.
Thank you, Dr. Plummer. Principal Madden from Ryan Road. Principal Madden?
Yes, I was just unmuting. I guess I do have to say how disrespected I feel right now. I really feel like I would be better served to leave the meeting, just because it feels as though my professional opinion doesn't matter, and I'm not a late night person, and so it really feels as though it might serve everybody well just to leave, because I really I feel like the whole process and the whole administrative team has been disrespected by I wouldn't call this a process, but this blindsidedness of tonight. That's all.
Thank you. The next hand is from the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Pagan, Antonio Pagan.
Good night, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I feel like we have gone through a process, and I'm an engineer, and I'm about process all the time. So we started in December. We went through several meetings, going back and forth on looking for opportunities to make the budget that works better for the district. And we look at very specific values that we want to comply with and very specific needs that we have seen. And not only that, but we have a district review that basically prescribes the kind of needs that we have and the lack of areas that we are looking at by professionals. That's what they do. They work with districts to improve them. And all the professionals that you have here on the art team meetings are people with several years of experience administrating their departments, administrating districts all over the place. And having a proposal that comes for a conversation with people from the community in a couple of days is a disrespect to the experience and the expertise of the professional that put together this budget. I think that we have worked very hard to do the best that we can with the money that we have. And this budget that is being, I would say, modified at least 4 times in the last 2 months has been done with a lot of efforts and a lot of hours. We have answered many questions to school committee members during this month, many emails, many documents about why we want to put forward these proposals. And having a proposal to basically put to the trash all the work that we have done for this many months is very disrespectful. And I would say, if you look at the positions that are not funded, if we do a budget like this, we will be putting a banner in front of the Northampton Public Schools saying we are elitist. That's what we are. We support only the white privilege on this town, and the rest of the students are not important. And I feel very bad because I'm very proud to work for the city of Northampton. I'm very proud to work for the Northampton Public Schools. I don't want a banner like this in front of the offices of the Northampton Public Schools. Thank you very much.
Principal Valancourt is next from Northampton High School.
Good evening. I also want to echo my colleagues regarding the absence of professionalism and collaboration and trust in this process. I specifically want to point out that some of the areas in this current budget proposal are, I just want to say they seem pretty outlandish and absurd. When you think about maintenance costs right now, when you're coming back from post-COVID or even in this current time, we're talking about cutting maintenance. We have already been under budgeted for sprays and hand sanitizers, and we currently have a shelter. The amount of deep cleaning that we're going to need to participate in and engage in and prepare for is not going to align with any cuts in our maintenance costs. Furthermore, I had worked with a subcommittee within the school committee about supporting students through in earning credit for physical education by participating in sports and PE classes, to cut what already was a half-cut position of a new proposed PE teacher means, and then to cut further further funds from the athletic budget does not speak to the value of equity that I believe the school committee claims to behold. Furthermore, when I look at all of the cuts, really what I'm seeing is the cuts in programs that are supporting our most vulnerable and marginalized students. And I see nothing about cutting AP classes or cutting, any courses that are, the high school that are really going to support kids who need something alternative to get them through the day. So I'm quite disappointed. I'm shaken. It's really a heavy hit for the high school. And I recognize that the school committee has a lot of folks on it who are heavily involved right now in elementary, but we want to create solid programming for when your students get there. We can't be, thought of secondhand. So it's disappointing to say the least.
Thank you. Member Condon, you have your hand up next.
Mayor, I thought I had yielded my time though. Do I get it back or not? I just wanted to...
Actually, you are correct, Member Gold. If you
okay, and I just don't want to lose my place in the.
Okay, so can I come back to you right after Member Condon?
Absolutely.
Okay, so because you did yield your time, I think.
Absolutely.
For that. Member Condon.
I'm willing to yield my time to Member Gold if he wants to go before me.
Member Gold.
Okay. I think it's really important to make clear, and I thank the people in the alt team and through the district who share there that this, because there was a suggestion that this shouldn't be a surprise, but I need to make clear that this is a very big surprise to at least some of the members of the school committee, because this was not something that I had any knowledge of. I just don't want. I feel horrible that there are folks understandably and rightfully disrespected in this, and I just want you to understand that this is not something that I had any knowledge of, and I don't know who else in the school committee did or did not, but this is not something that I did, and I would almost love to see a motion to withdraw this amendment, because I feel that it is 9:10 at night, and there's a lot that we need to work with what we were presented by the leadership of the district, and I would rather not spend much more time on this amendment. So if there's any option to withdraw it and just move away from this, I'd love to see that happen.
Okay, I want to return now back to Member Condon, who yielded his time. Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. I also, I guess, third or fourth, the concern of the alt team's recommendations really being just tossed in the trash. I think Member Levy mentioned that some of the members came up with this plan because the superintendent, Dr. Provost, felt his latest proposal was not a good one. And the reasoning he gave was because he felt it was unbalanced, that it was cutting too deeply into the middle and high school. And looking at this proposed amendment in front of us, that doesn't address that issue. So if we're really concerned that Dr. Provost felt his proposal was no good because of that issue, this doesn't solve that. And if we're going to listen to him in that regard, then why don't we should also be listening to his recommendations about these things that he feels should be in the budget.
Okay, thank you, Member Condon. So I have a couple of school committee members with hands raised. Just to give you the rundown, you can all see the participant list. I've got Member Voss, Member Seraphy Cox, then I've got Principal Wilson, Principal Choquette, Principal Wentz, and Principal Agna waiting in the queue. So Member Voss.
You're muted, Susan.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a few things because I absolutely understand where people especially the alt team and Cami and others who have worked so hard on this. And that is certainly not the intention. And I think I just want to highlight how some of this comes about. We had a major worldwide event happen about a month ago, and all that initial work on the budget, and Dr. Provost said this, we essentially started over. And 3 meetings ago, he said, we are going to have to make cuts. It's going to look different. We need to come back. And we all agreed with that. And when we came back last Tuesday, a lot of us were concerned about where things were going. And he even said the alt team had hardly had a chance to discuss it because of everything else going on. And believe me, I understand that. I've been in hours and hours of negotiating meetings and other things. So I completely understand collectively as a community, we haven't had time to figure everything out. And I know the alt team has spent way more hours on this, and I completely appreciate that. And I don't want you to feel that we disrespect it at all. Last Tuesday, I left not really knowing where we were, but feeling really strongly that school's going to look different next year. And I know I said this. Colleges are wondering if they're even going to start in the fall. I'm wondering if it's going to be safe for our kids to be in school. We have no idea. And to a lot of people who have reached out to me, they feel very strongly that what I said last week, and it's been confirmed that what we've seen over the last couple of years with what's going on in our elementary schools, it just feels right to propose mechanisms to have more adults in those classrooms. And that's what I'm doing my job of what I think is right. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. I didn't think we would put this budget up and everyone would say, oh, that's what we should do. I think we should make lots of changes in it, but it's a discussion starter. And I want to really highlight the fact that there's open meeting law. 3 of us are absolutely allowed to talk about this. We're supposed to, but not 6 of us. And this is not a surprise. The reason certain members don't know about this is because we're not allowed to talk about it. And that's what a public meeting is for. That's what we're here, so that the elected officials can talk about it and share what they've heard and put out brainstorms. And I'm certainly not wanting to vote on this exactly how it is either. It's a starting place for discussion. We didn't have one last Tuesday. And I think it's really unfortunate that there's this pressure that we're supposed to approve this by Wednesday. And I'll repeat what I said last Tuesday. Maybe we can't agree on all this because we don't know what the future holds. And maybe we need to vote on the $32 million budget and leave a certain amount of it open and come back to it once we understand what we're up against. And as I finish, I'm just going to say one thing. The members of this committee received a lot of information in a letter from the English department. And if you want to talk about surprises, I think there was a lot of surprises in the meeting last Tuesday as well. And I don't want to point fingers right now. That's not going to help us. We need to work collectively. We all need to respect each other, and we need to figure out what's going to be best for our district moving forward. And that means listening to the alt team, to the superintendent, but also to the hundreds of teachers and ESPs and parents out there. Okay.
Thank you, Member Voss.
Something?
Thank you, Member Voss. Next is Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. I mean, Member Voss actually said much of what I was going to say. I do want to express that there was absolutely no disrespect intended in putting this forward. I do, though, have to say that I said on many occasions what my priorities were, and I felt very frustrated going back to February, I think was the very first, or even January, February, I think was the first time we looked at the budget. at that time I said, these cuts are, I don't remember the words I used, but I raised serious concerns about the cuts to the special education teachers. And I expected then that the next budget would have some, I wasn't the only one who raised concerns about that. And I expected that the next budget would have some semblance of recognition of those concerns. And I was disappointed that that didn't happen, or that there wasn't a, I guess this isn't about me. I'm saying that this is also a two-way street in terms of how we create this together. So in terms of that collaboration, I think that the public needs to be a part of this. I've heard from probably dozens of people over the last week, and I would say, I would say the vast majority of them basically laid out the main portions of what is being presented here. So I guess I'm assuming that the rest of the school committee received the same communications that I did, and I hope that you read those communications. There were some really powerful stories in those communications, personal experiences, direct personal experiences. I heard from one teacher who spoke about the need for first grade ESPs, who said, I saw a colleague of mine before the pandemic hit and everybody had to go to ground. She was walking in the hall of a school and saw a colleague of hers with a student who was having a difficult time. And she said, under normal circumstances, I would have stopped and helped my colleague with that situation because she was clearly struggling and clearly needed help. But I was so drained myself that I didn't have the energy to stop and help her. So that is, I think we can differ in terms of our opinions. I think we need to see the good intentions that we're all bringing here, and I absolutely see the good intentions of the alt team in terms of what they were bringing, and I respect that. But I overwhelmingly heard from people with different experiences telling me different things, and I guess I'm coming down to say that I'm going with that. I don't know that that was terribly eloquent, but I'm feeling very emotional.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Seraphy Cox. The next person whose hand is up is JFK Principal Leslie Wilson.
I just wanted to say that I really completely agree with all that my alt team colleagues have said. It has turned into a really difficult night. I think the process that we used is collaborative and thoughtful and professional. And we made our recommendations and our proposals based on equity and the results of the district review. We, as an alt team, keep in mind a pre-K to 12 vision in all of our decisions. And it's something that we've worked on for many, many years. I feel like we have kept in mind our most vulnerable and highest risk students in our proposals. I think the message that came from the proposal that we worked so hard on for Friday was that we were really standing behind the budget that we proposed originally. on Tuesday, and that we did what we were asked, and we looked at it as we've looked at the budget many, many times during this budget season. And we did come forward with some recommendations, but we really all were standing behind the budget that we had proposed earlier in the week. And I just want to say that we are open to collaboration and ideas. That's how we do our jobs, but not disregard for the recommendations that we've made. And that's, I think, how we're feeling. So yeah, I believe that all the budget proposals we've made have really reflected our commitment to the district and to all of the students and families and our teachers and all the adults in our schools. Thank you.
Mayor, you were muted, so we did not hear you.
Sorry about that. Principal Choquette from Bridge Street School.
Good evening. I just want to echo my colleagues as well. I think in the 8 years that I've been in Northampton, I've never felt so disrespected by a school committee since I've been here. A lot of time, hours and hours and hours went into this budget, and we think about equity and we think about our kids. And Emily, what you said was exactly why we are putting up our argument around an SEL coach and family engagement coordinator. I don't think this district has any idea about the trauma and social emotional needs that our families and kids are going to be faced with when they come back to school. And by placing that burden onto our special ed teachers, keeping the status quo, which is what it would be at Bridge Street, with the exception of the 2 first grade ESPs, is not going to be enough to help in supporting these students and their families. You cannot expect our teachers to do that by themselves. And this is very upsetting. We are blindsided by this. This is not how our leadership team works. We work very collaboratively, and I'm sorry I'm getting upset. I'm going to stop now, but I've not felt this way ever from this district. Thank you.
The next speaker is the next hand is Principal Wentz from Leeds Elementary School.
Good evening, everyone. I am so, of course I feel, I'm just so torn because I see all the Leeds general education teacher that you have re-implemented. I see the floating ESP at Leeds, but I have to say, and I don't know that everyone knows this, in the previous district I was in, we were given a budget. We were given people based on numbers and numbers alone, not necessarily based on need. This district has an unbelievable collaborative approach to the budget, that the superintendent opens it up for discussion and for everyone. And it's for the good of the entire district. As I said last Tuesday, Dr. Provost and I are working on how we could still have a 3rd grade teacher, and reorganizing some of our classrooms, trying to make that possible. But when you look at the left side of what your proposal cuts, I'm going to pick out something really small, the 7D van drivers. Now that's supposed to save us some money for students that are homeless and things like that. I mean, the amount of time and energy that everyone has put into the budget to bring forth to you, I think it breaks my heart, because I know that the things on the right would absolutely enhance the teaching and the students and the families of Leeds. But this is about an entire district. This is about, we're going to return, and it's not just going to be Leeds families that have to go through all of this. This is going to be everyone, and from pre-K to 12 and 12 plus. you know, it just, well, I understand the feedback from people and families and teachers, and, you know, I would have been willing to share some of the ideas that we have floated through here, with some of the numbers we have and things like that. I really feel for the whole district, and Leeds is part of that district, and I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Principal Wentz. And we also have a hand raised from Principal Agna from Jackson Street School.
Hang on a second. Thank you for the opportunity. I don't know if I have a whole lot more to say, except as a person who's been in this district for 30 years, this is an unprecedented situation that I find myself in as a member of the ALT team. We, as everyone has said, there's been a lot of collaboration. There isn't always agreement amongst us as an ALT team, nor amongst us as teachers and principals and administrators. And I having done this for 24 years, I am familiar with that situation and often have to make some hard decisions about whether to add or to subtract from our budget, depending on what situation we're in. I do take a lot of input, and probably more sometimes people think than I should, but I do, and I'm very open to hearing what people have to say. I do know that there are teachers in our school and in other schools that didn't agree with many of the ALT proposals. And that's a hard thing for us to navigate, for sure. We are in the position we're in, though, because we do have to make those hard decisions. I don't necessarily feel that I'm being disrespected. I am feeling, however, that we are in uncharted territory. We are because of COVID, and we are because the outcome of this meeting is going to change the way things are done in our district, I think, because we haven't had this kind of experience with administrators and school committee in which there feels like there's a lack of trust, I guess, in the decisions that we have put forward. For instance, I was asked at the last meeting about the special ed teacher, and I did say that we don't want to have to cut anything. Maybe I didn't stress enough that this would be okay if it meant that we could have a family engagement coordinator, for instance. I would echo Antonio's plea for finally doing something for the students who are marginalized in our district, and often are marginalized because principals don't have time to do all the outreach and the connections with families that we know we need to do. And having been sort of that outreach person when I was the desegregation and equity coordinator years ago, I feel that this has been a missing piece in our district for so long. And we so need some way of connecting with families. So for me, making these hard decisions, I really feel that that one should take precedence over if our contribution to that was one special ed teacher, that can work because we have special ed teachers for each grade. I do understand about the ESPs in first grade, and I really understand situations that first graders find themselves in, having been in kindergartens where there are assistants and going into a situation where there aren't. And I do think in some ways the alternative that we provided on Friday was sort of workable, even though it was taking away from some of the building-based budgets in order to provide for those ESPs. I really understand that, and I think that was a good compromise. I am very concerned about taking away the project Lead the Way. I'm concerned about the van drivers. I'm concerned about all the things that are on the left side. And I'm concerned about where this district's going to be in terms of operations with a school committee and an administrative leadership team, which right now doesn't feel like it's very functional. So I'll be leaving, and I'm sorry that I am saying these things now, but I am saying them from a perspective of a long time being in this district and feeling very, very concerned about where this is going to lead us. Thank you.
You're muted, Mayor. Mayor, you're muted.
Member Kaufman has his hand up next.
Yes, thank you. Let me try and give a little perspective here. We have a budget of $34 million, and we're in a debate, and I'm going to discuss, I hope tonight, $340,000 about. So the positive news is we've agreed on 99% of the budget. I don't know if that makes anybody feel any better, but at least in the perspective of what we're talking about, we're debating very little. And most of us have agreed on what we've been given. So I feel good about that personally. I was hoping that tonight, and in fact, I was expecting to debate the last few things on the budget tonight, and I still hope to do that. And I think in reflection, maybe the folks that made the proposal in the beginning, maybe it was just how that was done that set everybody off a little bit, but I don't think it was that much different than what I had expected we were going to do tonight anyway. And it's probably the straw that broke the camel's back. And I feel like I feel a part of it, even though I wasn't part of this last one, but I know, and I've heard that we as a committee are questioning a lot of what the all team has come up with, that we keep sending you back to the table. Sometimes it's us, and sometimes it's just things that happen. And I feel a little bit bad for that, but I also just want you to appreciate the fact that we need to consider not only the all team, but we were very much compared to the last 2 or 3 years. We did receive many letters from teachers. We did receive many letters from parents. We also were dealing with 3 or 4 different types of budgets, 2 different budgets in the beginning, a second budget, a third budget, which in fact was a neutral budget that we were handed that had no changes, none of the things that were then added by the all team. And then just last week, we were given a budget on Tuesday and then given a budget on Friday, which, like I agree with Principal Wilson, was virtually the same. I saw that you stood your ground, but it was presented to us as, we don't like this budget. In fact, we think it's a far worse budget. And for me, that was pretty difficult to reconcile the two. So it is difficult, and I clearly value all the work that people have put into this, and I feel bad, but we are a very, we are a community that cares very much about lots of detail, and we're very collaborative, and we probably won't change. And I am all for it, but certainly not in this hurtful sort of manner. And for whatever role I had in that, I want to publicly apologize to everybody who I might have offended. That said, I do want to debate some of these issues, and take for example the special education, the social emotional coach. So we've heard really strong arguments for that, and we've heard really strong arguments against it. And I think ultimately it's left up to the school committee to make a decision based on everything we've heard. We can't just go with one side or the other. So I didn't like the way it was packaged. I thought we would debate one item at a time, and I still think we would do that, and I still would like to hear from Dr. Provost, but there are some things here that I don't want to throw my colleagues under the bus. I think that the way they presented it was off-putting, but it probably, like I said, we were heading in that direction because we've been going through this a while, and I've been cognizant of people feeling disrespected and members of the school committee asking for more and more. But some of this was beyond our control. It's been a really bad year. Hopefully we won't have to repeat this in the future, and it could be much more of a straightforward, here's the budget, let's make the changes, let's vote, not come up with 3 or 4 different budgets in the process. So if people are ready, and I don't think we are yet, but I would like to maybe go back to the Friday. I would propose that we go back to the Friday budget, that Dr. Provost says a few words, and then maybe we debate which of the additions we want to keep and which ones maybe we want to swap back for items that we feel are necessary to reconsider.
So I have to remind people that there is a motion made and seconded on the floor. Any deviation from that would need to be in the form of an amendment or a withdrawal of the original motion, or because we do have a motion on the floor that's been seconded to present the April 7th budget with the list of left-right column amendments. So that's really what's on the floor right now. So in order for us to do anything else, we need to finish our work on that, or there would need to be an amendment, which gets tricky, I think. So I don't think we can just move on to something else because we do have this on the floor. So I do have some other hands up. So let me just go through those. I've got 4 more hands up. I have Mark Morrison, who's our athletic director, who's had his hand up patiently, and I would turn to him right now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good evening to the school committee. There's been a lot that's been said tonight on both sides, and I echo my colleagues that are of the all team in terms of the work that they put in, the time, the energy, the dedication that they've shown to bring something to the forefront that would be truly equitable to our constituents, our entire population, being forthright and looking at the needs that are surrounding the current pandemic, as our young people are dealing with that currently and will be continuing to deal with that for quite some time. There's 2 things I want to really speak to. The first is rather short, and that is the athletic program. I noticed that in the proposal that was shared earlier this evening, that there were assistant coaches that were added to that in terms of the cost reduction, as well as clerical support being placed in there as well, understanding that the PE will now be something that the students can fulfill. Participating in sports requires that there be more burden placed upon individuals in the sporting community. Our assistant coaches would have to pick up the slack and monitor and maintain and regulate to make sure that the PE requirement is being fulfilled by those students who are now taking sports, rather than trying to find other avenues by which they could still fulfill that. Reducing the staff would make it would be unfeasible to do that at this point in time, because I would need that staff to make sure that that mandate is being met by that particular student population. I mean, athletics, it just plays a big role. I've heard it said that a lot of people look at athletics as an extracurricular activity, but in reality, it's not. It's co-curricular. It's a part of what the student experience is throughout the entire high school experience. It's a place where our young people have an opportunity to grow and test themselves and learn collaborative, cooperative, team building, group dynamic skills that they're not going to find anywhere else. Skills that are easily transferable into life, and especially into college and in schools where it's all about everyone pursuing their own. It's the only place that our young people can learn the uniqueness that they have, the abilities that they have, the potential that they have as individuals and as a team and as a group. So that was one thing I wanted to share. The other thing that I wanted to share is I keep hearing the word equitable thrown around a lot, and equitable among our population. And I think about that, and then I look at the positions that were being cut, and SEL coordinator and the family position that was being removed as well. And I can't help but feel that it's a term that's based on what the school committee, the direction that they're going in, it seems to be rather empty. For there to be true equity among a diverse population that we currently have in Northampton, we have to realize we want to provide avenues and outlets and opportunities for connections to be built within the community, not just the community of some, but a community of all. And we need to have the representation shown, not just by word, but by action. And I'm not sure that the action that we're demonstrating right now fits what equity means for our population. And I don't know if that's represented in the school committee. I don't know if that's represented in our community, but it does make a difference. I'm speaking as a person of color. I'm speaking as someone who comes from that background. When we talk about equity, it's about action rather than word. And I just wanted to share that with the community, with the committee.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox, you have your hand up. Next.
Yeah, I mean, when I raised it, I think I was just wanting to express that, well, according to the numbers that are here, there is 27,000 and some change more cuts on the left-hand side than there are things to be funded on the right. So there is room to take things out of the left. I would love to hear any thoughts on what those things might be. And if there are opinions about things that need to be taken out of the left, I mean, as both Member Levy and Member Voss said from the outset, this was meant to be the beginning of a conversation. So if there are other members of the committee who would like to make motions to change this this amendment, I would love to hear thoughts on that. I also wanted to ask Mayor if I wanted to make sure that the public would have an opportunity to speak. I know that we had public comment at the very beginning of the meeting, but I have noticed that there's a significant higher number of people who have joined the meeting since then. So wanted to make sure that we listened to the public before we made our vote.
Okay. I'm not sure that was that's how we had it scheduled on the agenda, but I guess I can talk to the members about their sense of that. The next person
comment on the like that was general public comment, and I'm talking about public comment on the agenda item that we're on now.
I get that, except tonight that was the only agenda item. Tonight was the budget. So it was a little bit different from our last meeting where we had lots of different agenda items and presentations and votes on different things. So we did say that people could comment after, but they could also comment earlier. But tonight there was basically public comment and then the budget. So it's a little bit different in that regard. Member Gold, you have your hand up next.
Yeah, just so we can get to what Member Kaufman was saying, and I think what we all want to do is talk about the budget proposal that the district gave us. Because right now, if I understand, the motion is to vote on this proposal. I would really appreciate if one of the three of you would consider withdrawing this amendment and withdrawing this motion so that we could actually now talk about the budget as it was and as what we've received from the district. I don't see the value in discussing further and going to a place where we have to vote on the presentation that's been made to us. So I would appreciate if one of the three of you would really consider withdrawing your motion.
Well, I will say that we don't have to withdraw our motion to receive a presentation from the superintendent. I saw a comment from the public, from someone in the public asking if that presentation can happen. So I would just put that out there.
Okay, Member Levy, you have your hand up.
I guess what I mean is that what the mayor was sharing is like,
I think we lost you, Member Gold. Are you there? Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I just say like the motion is to vote on this new proposal, and I would like us to not even have to vote on this new proposal. I would like us to discuss the budget that the superintendent, the alt team, and all of us had an opportunity to see, and they had an opportunity to weigh in on already. And it can include all the conversation you want to have about your, make those proposals in the other in a conversation about what the district presented to us. And I would much prefer not to have to go through a vote on this at all. I don't know how to make it any clearer.
So Member Levy, you have your hand up next.
Yeah, I guess before I say what I was intending to say, I will say that I agree with what my colleagues on the school committee have said, that I too share a deep interest in having a dialogue about the merits of each of the different pieces, both on the left and the right of this document, as well as the superintendent's presentation. I, for one, am happy to move to that presentation in order to then be able to have that discussion. I also just want to address or share thoughts about the notions about finding a path forward, to be able to ensure there's collaboration and there's trust between the alt team and the school committee. And I'll echo what my colleagues, Member Seraphy Cox and Member Voss, said about our intentions, that we certainly did not intend this to be something that disregarded the incredible work and also expertise of the folks on the alt team. I'll also share that there's a big difference between intent and impact, and that it's necessary, at least I feel it's necessary, to take responsibility for that impact regardless of intentions. And so I think on my part, I do want to apologize for the negative feelings and the feelings of hurt that people are feeling, that this, the way that we presented this information made folks feel. I also want to echo what Member Seraphy Cox said about my own feelings as a school committee member. I don't want this to be about feelings, but my experience of having asked a number of questions, what I feel like was on multiple occasions, both in writing and in meetings, that I felt just didn't get answered. And I did have a number of teachers reach out to me and say, your questions aren't getting answered, but I can help you. I have information. And I do think it's important to recognize that there's balance, or that we need to find a balance between what is absolutely the expertise of the alt team and our role as public officials, which is representing our communities. And I'll echo what I've heard from my colleagues about the numerous communications that I've received that have really spoken to a nervousness of this path forward. And I'll share, because I know she's on the call and she said it was okay. The co-president of the PTO of Leeds is leaving. Her kid is leaving the district, one of her kids, because the way forward right now is not serving our families. And if we're losing folks who are so committed, I have a real worry and a real concern. And so, the way, we present a spreadsheet to show that we're trying to find balances and we don't have the answers, but we wanted to have a conversation. I'm very, very happy to move into that conversation, to hear from the superintendent about the Friday proposal and to move forward with those conversations.
Okay. So I have no more hands up right now. So it's been suggested by Member Seraphy Cox that we could, as part of the debate on this, that we could hear the presentation that had been requested for tonight. Is that what you were asking, Member Seraphy Cox?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I would turn to the superintendent, who we haven't heard from yet in this meeting, and ask him about presenting that, what had been expected, the presentation that you had been asked to put together for, based on our meeting on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to do that. Let me start just by speaking to some of the comments over the last several hours. I just want to go through some of the things that I heard said by my colleagues who've been working so hard on this budget. I'll tell you right now, I'm about to start hour 15 of this day. And some of those administrators have been on that, were on that first call with me at 8 o'clock this morning. So, and that's not unusual. So I come into this feeling exhausted to begin with, but I heard that my colleagues were shocked, disrespected. Two people, including one of the school committee members, said that they felt like their efforts had been trashed. I heard that they found the response elitist. I've heard that equity was an empty concept in Northampton. I heard that their hearts were broken. They felt a lack of trust. They felt that the relationship was not functional. And I want to go back to what Member Kaufman said. That's over 1% of the budget. So for over 1% of the budget, we are considering completely devastating every administrator's motivation to continue to work in this district. So I want to say that I think that what we've had here is a breakdown of process. I've been through a number of difficult budget situations in my career as an administrator. I was through the budgets in 2003 after the 9/11 economic shocks. I was through the budgets in the Great Recession. And there were many, many, many budgets where administrators left feeling like they didn't quite get what they need in order to serve the needs of their kids. And they felt bad about that. But they felt like they were able to answer the bell the next day because they knew that there was a team effort and they got the best they could within the constraints that the district had. I'd never heard anything like the amount of emotion that came out over a 1% cut. And this is the beginning, right? So I was on a conference call with superintendents today. Right now, the projection is that we're looking at a $5 billion deficit in Massachusetts revenues for next year. So I think we're going to be coming back to this budget again and again and again over the course of the year, and it's going to be very difficult. So I think getting the process right is important. I think what happened here that led to the emotion is there was a reversal of what normally happens, right? Under education reform, the superintendent proposes a budget and the school committee approves a budget. What we kind of saw tonight was a complete new proposal, a sixth proposal, if you will, on this year's budget. And I think that's why that was so triggering. So I just have to say that I share in the feelings that were expressed by many of my alt team colleagues. What I've said to them in conversations even prior to this is I feel like I'm not a credible person to the school committee, which is why I need you to stand up and say that what I am saying on your behalf is actually true. And I feel that the many principals also now feel like they're not credible people. So, you know, the principals do work with the staff. They work with the staff every single day. And I got to tell you, and I'll say this for all of the teachers, they do a tremendous job representing your interests. As Gwen said, there are many times when the alt team doesn't all agree. It's usually because someone from central office is wanting a little bit more than really should be expected from the buildings, and the principals stand up and say, no, we can't do that. This is our line. But that process is carried out in a respectful way that allows us to get to a place where we're able to live with the result. And that's kind of what the message of the Friday budget was. It wasn't that this is a budget we can't live with. It was a budget that we felt was second best, but that we felt we could live with. And so that's what I'm about to present to you. So I'm going to just move on. I don't know, Annie, are you able to share this? I think you're muted, Annie.
I think I can. Hang on. Is it shared?
Doesn't look like it's shared on my screen.
All right, hang on. It's saying the window I selected is invalid. Give me a minute.
I mean, it's okay. It's 10 o'clock. I can just go along. I know all the members have the presentation and all the members of the alt team who are here. And if you can keep working on that, I'll just go ahead in the interest of time.
Okay.
So what we did with this proposal is we sort of exploded the table that you saw in last week's budget into 3 sections because there was more information in each section. So the one table that was on one slide is now placed into 3 different slides. They're broken down by elementary, secondary, and district-wide. So I'm going to go through the cost center impacts of this revised proposal. Remember, the goal that you gave the district, or you gave the administrative team, was to try to find a way to bring back the first grade ESPs that we had actually proposed in a earlier version of the budget. So I'm on, for those of you who have the document, I'm on the second slide now. This is the cost center impacts for elementary.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I don't think the public can see this, and we have some questions asking if it can be shared, a link to the presentation.
Yes, let me just change this to view, and I will put a link in the chat box.
And I'm working on getting that on share screen right now.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat right now. So that link is up there now. And I can see that people are starting to come on. Okay, so I'm on slide 2. For those of you who are new to this presentation, what is in blue are the changes from the last budget, what's been referred to as last week's budget or last Tuesday's budget. So at Bridge Street, you can see that a ESP, a first grade ESP, is in the addition column. So there are 3 staff that would be added to Bridge Street: an LPN at pre-K, a nurse at pre-K, and a first grade ESP. There would be 1 staff reduced from Bridge Street, the special education teacher. Additional reductions that are coming from Bridge Street in order to help afford the ESP are $5,000 from before and after school maintenance. They have a program, it's called BASE, which provides after school enrichment activities for students. At this point, we haven't asked BASE to pay any of the custodial or utilities costs that are associated with the program, but obviously students are there, they're using electricity, they're using heat, they're using water. The custodians have to pick up after them. So one thing we can do within the budget in order to help afford the ESP without having a huge impact on Bridge Street's budget is to charge some of the maintenance costs of the school to their after school program. So we're proposing to charge $5,000 to base, and then they're reducing their building-based budget by $2,500. Next is Jackson Street. So Jackson Street would be getting a first grade ESP. They would be losing a special education teacher, 1 FTE. They'd be losing partial funding for their recess supervision. Those are both in the budget last week. And they'd also be reducing their building-based budget by $3,500. Leeds would have no cuts to staff, would be increasing by the first grade ESP. As a cut, they have the Clark School rental listed. It's not a cut per se to their budget, but $35,000 of the funding for programming at Leeds comes from Clark School rental. We are recommending, and I actually have recommended, non-continuing the rental for Clark School at Leeds, so making up the lost rent is part of the budget puzzle for this year. So that's listed in the leads section. Also, recess supervision funding, similar to Jackson Street. They also have a before and after school program. We're also recommending that we charge $5,000 of the maintenance costs at Leeds to the before and after school budget, which has a healthy balance. And we would be reducing the building-based budget by $3,500. Next, at Ryan Road, they would have a special education reduction of a 0.5 FTE, half-time position. They would be increasing an ESP for a student with special needs and also increasing the first grade ESP. They would also have a reduction in recess supervision funding and also have a building-based budget reduction of $1,500. So Bridge Street would have a net increase in staffing. Jackson Street would be level staffed. They'd be losing a special ed teacher, but they'd be gaining an ESP. Leeds would be gaining an ESP without any reduction of staffing. And Ryan Road would be losing a 0.5 special ed teacher, but would be getting 2 ESPs, so they'd be up 1.5 positions on net. The next slide is cost center impacts at the secondary level. So JFK in the previous budget had a 0.5 library ESP. I had some questions about that today, so I'll just answer those for the public. I was asked if that would mean that the library would have to be closed at the end of the day. Currently, the ESP keeps the library open for a half an hour at the end of the day. That would not be an impact of this. We would have the library ESP maintain the same schedule. The person is a very senior ESP, so would be able to bump someone for the other part-time position and would maintain. So in the morning, the person would not be in the library, but in the afternoon, the person would be in the library and would be able to keep the library open after school. Unified Arts position reduction, as said before. They would be adding a 504 coordinator half-time position. That is something that we were talking about last week. And then they would also be reducing their building-based budget $4,500. At the high school, we have the science 0.33 FTE reduction, the English reduction, the NEASC, I would say just dropping out of the program, and a building-based reduction of $4,500. That's the new piece here. They would be adding a project lead the way / Cisco position and 1.5 positions related to transition services, which were included in the special education set piece.
I think I've got it up. Does anyone see that now?
Yes.
Okay. I just
thank you very much.
I put in the URL so you can share a URL. So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get it to the right slide here. Which slide, John, do you need to be on?
We're on the secondary cost impacts at the secondary level.
Okay, great.
So I did send out some information about the impact on English earlier in the day. I think you may have had a chance to look at that, but may not have had. Certainly, that's something that hasn't been shared with the public yet. So one of the things that's been explained several times, although I'm not sure has been fully understood, is that English has the equivalent of being down one position already, because a teacher teaches 3 in a semester. Right now, 2 of the 3 English blocks that a person could take are capstone projects, and a third is a reduction that is currently happening for a staff member. So next year, the proposal would be to move the capstones to a different department. It would actually be the technology department in this proposal, which brings back 2/3 of the English teaching positions that would, 2/3 of the position that would be lost here, and then having the part-time teacher go back to full-time, which would bring back the other class. In addition, the recommendation is to take 2 classes that are currently being taught by an English teacher in the academy out of the academy program. So you would actually be increasing the amount of English classes available at the high school and the general ed by 2 blocks per year. So in this proposal, as you have a chance to see, if you look through the materials that were sent earlier, you actually end up with more classes than you currently have, more English classes than you currently have. In athletics, as we said last week, we're recommending reducing cheerleading, and we're recommending reducing athletic transportation by $20,000. That's a one-time savings, because even if we have any kind of a spring season this year, we know that there will be savings in transportation. In sort of a best case scenario, if we reopen on May 4th, we might have a month of a spring season, which means there will be many fewer games to go to. And we know that MIAA has said that there'll be a reduced tournament schedule, so there will be savings there as well. So the proposal would be to take the $20,000 that we think will be saving, well, we know we'll be saving in spring athletic transportation at this time, and keeping that within the revolving account so that we can fund the ESPs. Now, next year, that money would have to be added in. So I'm just saying that it is somewhat kicking the can down the road. It's building in a $20,000 deficit before you even get started on next year's budget, but it is a way of affording the ESPs for 1 year, which might make sense if part of the concept here is that as students are coming back from the learning loss we expect them to experience during the COVID-19 shutdown, having ESPs in place for a year to help support that, you might not necessarily have to continue that cost into the subsequent year. You could then, once you had those students caught back up, reduce those positions and then fund some of these other holes that we're building in this budget in order to fund the ESPs. Another one of those holes comes up on the next slide, which is a district slide. So on here, no changes to the maintenance, no changes to the meal increase. I did want to speak a little bit to the
John, before you continue, remember Condon, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, was this a question about a slide?
Yes, about the one Dr. Provost was just talking about. If you could just scroll back up, Mayor, or whoever.
Sure.
On the screen.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yep. Go ahead.
Dr. Provost, I just had a question about kind of the end of that transportation note with no refund of athletic fees. Could you just explain what that means clearly?
So we've been considering as an administrative leadership team what we should do about families that have already paid their spring sports fees and have not had a season. So one of the things that we can do is save the money from the transportation in order to pay for the ESPs. However, if we make a decision as a district that really the right thing to do is to refund the athletic fees, and there's a strong argument that that's the right thing to do, then we won't have the savings that we're expecting to have in the transportation revolving. That will, to a large extent, get eaten up by the refund of this spring athletic fees. So in this proposal, we're saying, don't refund the fees. That's a way that you can help pay for the ESPs. I did have a conversation with a member earlier today, and I would just throw in here, one of the things that we might do if this was accepted by the committee is target any additional funding that we might get as part of the COVID relief efforts to try to refund the athletic fees to parents. Right now, I haven't seen any applications. I haven't seen any grants. I have no idea. We do know that the federal government is pumping money into the states to distribute to LEAs, but we have no idea what that might be. One thing we could do is say we want to set as a priority whatever funding we have that we can start by making things right for parents who've paid for the spring athletics and are not likely to get a season now.
Okay, we'll go back to the next slide.
The next slide is the cost center impacts at the district level. So maintenance recommending keeping at 38,111. I do want to talk about the difference between that and the 60,000, which was something that we had proposed in the non-override scenario. The difference between the 38,000 and the 60,000 is that this amount is just supplies. The 60,000 that we had before was a reduction of a custodian and the supplies. So that's, that's certainly something that can be part of the debate, but I just want to be clear. One of the reasons that we didn't make the reduction there is that we expect that there is going to be an extreme concern from our community about the sanitation of our schools, and reducing custodians at a time when it's going to be more critical than ever to be thoroughly sanitizing the schools seemed like a hard choice to us. Next, food service increase. I'm just gonna put this out there. So we still are knowing that we have to increase our food cost of our full price lunch in order to comply with the federal guidelines. So this is kind of an automatic increase, but I do say, and I do want to put out there, that one of the things that districts are preparing for is a tremendous increase in the number of students eligible for free and reduced lunch. So we already have 2 summer feeding programs. We may be able to expand that to 4 since we've done 4 throughout the course of the shutdown. It's possible that given the severity of the economic impact we may be heading into, that we may have a whole different food service model based on the number of students who will be eligible for free and reduced lunch. So time will tell with that. Next, on the district-wide level, so you've seen the contracted services, tuitions, textbooks, grants. We've talked about all those before. This is where we are recommending the family engagement coordinator and the SEL coach be listed because they would be across cost centers and not located in any single building. Also, the reading PD, because that cuts across buildings, the 7D van drivers, because they can deliver students to any building. And we also put the care coordinator grant in the .2 PT because those, in essence, are district-wide positions. The new reductions in this section are $2,000 for the curriculum teacher leaders. We have now done the process of documenting our curriculum. At this point, the shift is going to be to updating the curriculum, and that's not as labor intensive as trying to fully write out all of your curriculum for all subjects from K to 12. So we think we can sustain some reductions there. Also, $5,000 from the IT cost center. Also, special education supplies. As you can imagine, with school closed, we're not going through testing supplies as quickly as we normally do. We think we'll have some surpluses this year that we can use to pre-purchase special education supplies for next year. And then the next one is a transportation revolving surplus that we anticipate we'll have based on another vote coming up on this agenda, which is the negotiation that we've done with Durham. So we have an agreement in principle with Durham that would allow us to save $1,000 a day. We know that there will be at least 20 days when this is in effect. So that gives us savings that we could roll over into next year. Again, that's a one-year budget play we're able to make. So you would have to start out next year with the knowledge that you have a $20,000 deficit in your transportation accounts that you have to start off with just to get to zero. So these new changes, as you saw on the first page, do add a first grade ESP at each of the elementary schools. They come to $80,000 of cuts altogether, because that is the cost of the 4 ESPs. So then quickly just moving on, clarifying, we had originally proposed cutting the Northampton High School robotics program. We received a lot of feedback on that right away, and so made the decision last Tuesday to change the cut from robotics to the NEASC accreditation. There was, I think, some confusion because we would also take money from the building-based materials and supplies account to buy materials and supplies for the robotics program. So they are completely shielded in this. So I just wanted that to be clear. Also, we did do the analysis for you to take a look at what it would be to increase the ESP sub rate to $15 an hour. That's a cost of $96,000. In part, the reason why it's so high is because it sets off a chain reaction of raises you have to make, because at $15 an hour, the ESPs would be making more than the current teacher subs. So you have to increase the teacher sub rate to maintain the same distance we have right now between the ESP sub rate. So that, and then, you know, we've been struggling for money. So that's why that is not in the proposed budget at this time, but that's the amount if you wanted to discuss it tonight. And then finally here, again, I really just want to thank the mayor for the assurances he's given to the committee and to me personally about doing everything he can to try to make 3.6% work. That is, I know it's going to be a huge stretch when we're talking about a $5 billion potential revenue cut at the state level, which will flow both to the schools and to the cities, plus local revenues being down, plus who knows what's going to happen at the federal level. Maintaining even a 3.6% is going to be hard. I know that, you know, some people in the public comment said it feels like a bait and switch to vote for an override and then have teacher reductions. It's not because of the alt team's changing view on priorities. It's because when we started this process, that number was over 5%. And now, as we look at what the financial situation is likely to be with local, state, and federal economies cratering, we have to take a much more conservative approach. Because, as I said earlier, I don't know if we're going to get through the end of the year with this amount of money. And it's better to go in lean and have fewer difficult decisions to make than to go full force and potentially be faced with pretty serious mid-year budget cuts. So the total amount of this proposed budget remains $32,162,012, and that is our solution to the question we felt the committee left us with, which is what's the best way to get ESPs into the first grade classes? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. So that Member Seraphy Cox, you have your hand up.
Thank you, and thank you, Superintendent Provost, for this presentation. And from the email that the committee received today saying that the alt team did not recommend this budget, I expected. I guess I'm happy to hear that at least some of these cuts are things that would be easier to live with. So I'm wondering if you could maybe parse out a little bit of what of these things in blue are things that you think might happen anyway, or are things that we should probably include moving forward? Because I know, taking all of this as a whole, you're saying don't go forward with this. So which of these things would you say, yes, we should go forward with?
Well, what I'm saying is if you want to see first grade ESPs in the elementary school, I think this is the best the best way to do that. My concern just overall is when I look at it in terms of net positions, I see that we are really increasing the net positions at the elementary school while cutting positions at the secondary level. So it's a 4.5 FTE increase across the 4 elementary schools, and it's a 3/4 reduction from the middle and high school. So in the prior budget, what I liked about it in terms of balance is when you looked at both elementary and middle, they were both basically status quo in terms of number of positions, which is why you asked it at one point, did I think it was a level service budget? And I said sort of approximately or about. It's not carrying every position forward, but in the prior version, it was carrying similar number of people forward from one year to the next in each of the buildings. In this case, it's not. And so that just feels a little bit unfair to me. However, you could make arguments that elementary school should be prioritized over secondary school. But that's what I meant by that.
Okay, so can I just ask a clarifying question, the superintendent? So when you said, and I think some of the administrators said this as well, when you said that you didn't really like this proposal, I think you were referring to the fact that you obviously Tuesday's proposal was the preferred position of the all team, but then you were asked to go back to the drawing board and try to restore those first grade ESPs. And so that's what this represents. Again, you're standing behind Tuesday, but you're saying that this presentation would be the best way to achieve the objective that the school committee asked you to work on at our last meeting.
In our opinion, yes.
Okay. So, so we've had the presentation, and we're back to the motion that's on the floor. Member Fallon has raised her hand. You have to unmute Member Fallon. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that for me, it would be much easier to make any amendments or adjustments starting from the budget that the superintendent just presented versus starting from the one that was just presented this evening by 3 of my colleagues. I feel like it would require fewer amendments, less changes, less discussion. And I don't know how to get to that point other than to vote down what's on the table or have that withdrawn. So that's where I'm at now. Or whether I should start talking about the changes I'd like to see. I don't even know what our starting point is.
Member Voss.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having internet problems, so I turned my picture off. I am absolutely comfortable with withdrawing what we put up at the beginning. The intention, just to be really clear, was to start a conversation, and I want to join my colleagues and say, I'm sorry if the order was wrong. I think we didn't really, maybe we should have put that up till after this, but we were just trying to add ideas and get the conversation started. So I am happy to withdraw it, and I think some of the conversation might come back to some of those ideas as part of a way to move us forward. Like we said, this has all come up very quickly. We haven't had a lot of time because of COVID-19. This has completely changed since so much work was done to figure out why we wanted these new positions that we all see value in. And I think different people have different perspectives on when we might be able to afford these positions. So I'll just say that I'm happy to withdraw it and to start with this other, I guess, is it the April 10th budget that people want to put forward, the one that was just presented?
So
So it's my motion.
It's yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Is that member Seraphy Cox made the motion, and I believe member Levy seconded it. So I don't know that you have the authority to withdraw it. So you'd have to defer to the maker of the motion.
Yes, I am. In order to move this conversation forward, I am willing to withdraw the motion. I appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation, and obviously the numbers and the position or the position that I have about some of the additional positions that were put forward, as well as the cuts that were made. I've made my position clear.
Okay, so with that said, I guess the motion is withdrawn, and so now I guess the plan is to go back to the presentation, which I hope I can get back up there. Can I? Yeah, there it is. And
can I make a motion for that budget?
Certainly, yes.
So I will move the, I guess we can call it the April 10th budget, titled Alternative FY21 Budget Adjustments.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay. So seconded by member Levy. Okay. So now this budget is on the table, and I guess the question would be, do we go through it slide by slide, and members can make, I don't know how you wish to proceed, or if we just want to vote on it, that would be great. Or if we want to go through it slide by slide and see what sorts of amendments that people want to make. Member Fallon.
I guess before we start, I was hoping that I could get a question answered. My primary concern with this particular budget was the elimination of the English teacher position at the high school. I absolutely support the creation of the project Lead the Way, and I understand the merits of the program, but I also am concerned about some of the numbers that I saw for class sizes, particularly with the wording in the contracts, saying that the recommended class size was 25. I was worried about the reducing workforce diversity. I was worried about whether under this new staffing we'd still be able to honor the teachers' contract, having teachers only limited to 2 preps versus 3. I still am not sure I understand how it's equal to have an ESP teaching in the academy versus a full-time English teacher. And then when we looked at those electives, I think it was a film class and Irish literature that weren't going to be offered in the coming year. My first question was, well, what would happen to those students that needed to take, or they needed to still take an English class? Like, wouldn't they go somewhere so that the enrollment would be higher in other classes? And then what would happen the following year when those teachers were teaching those classes and not available to teach the required courses? And so it wasn't making sense to me. And I guess my question is if we were to keep that English teacher position, is there a way that the project Lead the Way class could be a part-time position where they were teaching just one section of the 2 courses that were being suggested each semester?
So in that case, what could happen is we would reduce other sections within the technology department. Most likely we would get rid of the Cisco program and have one of the teachers currently within the technology program eliminate some other courses and pick up the project Lead the Way.
Would you still move those capstone classes to the technology teacher?
At that point, we wouldn't. We would have to keep them in the English department. So you actually might end up having fewer courses if you don't cut the English teachers, as strange as that sounds.
But would you have lower class sizes?
No, I don't think there would be any impact on class sizes because the capstone projects don't really reduce the class sizes. The one thing that we could still do in order to reduce class sizes would be moving the English class out of the academy, which the reason we can do that is duly licensed staff.
Yeah, I guess I just keep coming back to, the English department serves all of these at-risk students in the same way all of the other programs that we're proposing do. I mean, the English language is sort of the building block of education. And so having smaller class sizes will certainly serve our special education students and our English language learners and our other at-risk groups. And so I do see that as also being an equitable choice in many ways. And so I was wondering if there was a way to maintain both the English position and fund the part-time Project Lead the Way until we saw what enrollment would be and could afford to make it a full-time position.
So I don't mean to usurp the role of the chair, but I do know that Lori is here and I do know that she has her hand raised. So I think that she might be able to speak with more detail on how she would reorganize staff within the maintenance department, within the technology department, as well as within the English department, if there was a less than full-time funding of that position.
Principal Valancourt.
Yes, thank you. So one of your questions was about the English teacher not serving or working within the academy. So currently in the academy, there is a teacher who's currently co-teaching with the English teacher assigned to the academy. And so there are, there are 10 students in the academy enrolled in English. And that is taught by one teacher, one general education English teacher, one special education teacher who is also certified in English, and one ESP. So there are currently 3 adults per the 10 students in the class. The teacher who's currently in that class, as much as she appreciates the co-teaching relationship and the support it offers in the academy, has has made it clear that she is able to teach that class comfortably with just the support of an ESP. So that would, either way, that would alleviate this teacher to either go back to the English department or to, but it would alleviate them from being connected to the academy at all. So the, I did send a spreadsheet to the committee today, and if you look at the numbers, I'm a little confused about this idea that there are very large class sizes. If we look, the majority of the classes in the English department are 25 and under. There are 2 classes, unfortunately, at a number of 31, but all other classes run 25 or under. Really, ranging from 9, 11, 12, 15, the classes are quite small. So by eliminating, and the reason the classes are at 31, again, is because we had a teacher who left on leave, and without being able to prepare with notice at the start of the year, we had to merge classes for some of these teachers, or we had to merge classes with some of the students, which because we weren't able to plan accordingly, it increased the enrollment of the class. And then I wanted to also comment on your question about the elective courses. The English department and the administration determined that they would teach the electives every other year. So whereas next year we would not be teaching literature on the screen and Irish literature, we would be teaching the science, literature, and poetry class. And then the following year, we would drop poetry and science and literature and teach literature on the screen and Irish literature. So that's how that would work. So everyone would have an opportunity to take those classes. And we are doing that because the enrollment is very small in those classes. Irish literature with 13, literature on the screen with 14, and another class with 15.
Did that address your question, Member Fallon?
I think so. So you're saying that the electives running electives alternate years won't increase the class sizes because of the low enrollment in those particular classes.
Correct. And it also would prevent teachers from having more preps than is contractual.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So to your other point, before I go on to the next hand, Member Fallon, you had indicated that you, I guess I would like to hear Principal Valancourt's opinion about reducing the Project Lead the Way to a less than full-time position. Do you think that that's necessary given what you've just explained on the English side? I guess I want to hear your take on that.
On the Project Lead the Way side?
Yeah.
And
just the two. I remember Fallon was suggesting that we should reduce that position to increase the English position, or to not lose the English position. So I just was curious about your thoughts on that.
I don't want to reduce any position.
Okay.
And I feel like if I have to choose, the reason that the English position is being chosen is because it's workable. We can teach, we can spread out the number of advanced placement classes. We can have smaller class sizes for AP classes. We can have more students of multiple backgrounds participate in those classes. And we can really diversify those particular classes. I'm thinking about AP and honors English and things like that. With Project Lead the Way, just in itself, these courses really, so I can't imagine. We received this grant for Project Lead the Way. Part of receiving this grant was our commitment to be able to run these classes and to be able to staff the positions. And these three classes, there are two Project Lead the Way classes. We would currently be teaching 2 sections of each. So 2 classes each semester of the Project Lead the Way classes. We also, we can't live without the IT Pathways Tech Management class. We can't live without that. This new hire would be teaching that. We also can't live without somebody teaching the Cisco classes. We absolutely, currently, if you all had a chance or opportunity, I too wrote this maybe 15, 20 minutes before the meeting, trying to make the most sense of it in a very short time. But the Cisco position and the IT tech management position, both of these are currently being taught by multiple substitutes and teachers. So Molly McLaughlin, and Antonio Pagan, Caitlin Jobson, who's a tech integrator, Misha Began, the internship coordinator, and often we're bringing tech integrators from the middle school. They're all covering and jumping in and out of these classes. There is no continuity. There is no classwork that's happening day, and everything is one and done kind of activity, unfortunately, which isn't how these programs need to run or how they're going to thrive. And so in order for these programs to thrive, which really is an impressive part of our community and one of the offerings at Northampton High School, it's really put us in the map in regards to technology and our offerings. If we don't have people to run or manage or teach these classes, we actually can't run them. There's a lot of money invested in these technology programs, and it's really opening pathways up to students who may not otherwise have these experiences or may not be college bound. So I can't imagine being without Project Lead the Way, and I think it's the priority right now.
Okay, thank you. Member Kaufman, you have your hand up next.
Thanks. If I can just follow up and ask Principal Valancourt a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
So I'm looking at what you sent out. Thank you for doing that before the meeting. It looks like you're adding a couple of sections of wood technology. If you can clarify, are you adding sections to wood technology? And if so, why not just use the additional funds that you're asking for to fund the Project Lead the Way courses?
Mm-hmm. So it's really, what you're looking at here is we're
You don't have to
alternating.
answer if this is an appropriate time to do so.
Excuse me?
If this isn't the appropriate.
No, I can, yeah, I've got it. So I just had to sort my brain. It's been a long day, as you know. So the wood technology class is currently taught by Mr. Melnick. Mr. Melnick teaches 2 sections of each semester, so a total of 4 sections. He teaches of the wood tech classes. He's also teaching a robotics class. So the robotics class, if we alleviate him from teaching that robotics class and move that into the robotics into the technology department and not associate it with the wood technology, then we'd be able to teach more sections of wood tech. So the reason that's important is because we max out on the wood technology classes that are taught every single year. We fill them to capacity, and somebody made a comment, I read a letter from the English department, which I understand, about this question of why wood tech can only have 25 students in it, but really it's a small wood shop and there's all of these safety issues. And so being able to have that course is important for students. Last year, or a couple of years ago now, we got rid of the culinary class. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from parents is not having opportunities for kids to do more hands-on experiences or electives, or having more electives that they can participate in within Northampton High School that are sometimes referred to as non-academic. And so this is one of those classes. We can always enroll, it's heavily enrolled, it's a popular class, and sometimes kids who can't get this technology class end up doing a theater class, which is fine, but it's definitely not their top choice. So just being able to offer another wood tech and free Mr. Melnick up to be able to teach another section means that we can then have the person who currently is teaching within the school, Northampton High School, teach the robotics class. So it kind of all just works together in a nice little.
Yeah, I think I understand your explanation, but the way it works for us when we're just looking at a budget, it just seems like if we didn't add wood technology, then we can utilize that money to fund the Project Lead the Way, which is a controversial area. It would be less controversial if we weren't simultaneously adding another half-time position or whatever Mr. Melnick would get as a result. So it's easier done. I mean, I would rather see those kids being encouraged to take a Project Lead the Way course, as I think you would as well, rather than wood technology. And I am a big-time woodworker, so I don't need to be convinced of the merits of that. But it seems to be a little lopsided to add wood tech when we could be using, unless I misunderstand, using that money to at least partially fund the request for a Project Lead the Way teacher.
So what I would hope is that eventually we can grow I imagine that as we start Project Lead the Way, it's going to take a while to be able to grow the program. So I imagine that after time, we will have more than 2 sections of each of these classes, and that will happen. I guess maybe some of the confusion may be that we keep calling this a Project Lead the Way teacher. Yeah. And maybe we should be saying another technology teacher, because I would ask, if we do not hire another technology teacher, the real question on the table is who's going to teach the Cisco IT class and who is going to teach the tech management pathways class.
Yeah.
That's the real question. Because either way, even if we do not hire a Project Lead the Way teacher, my current computer teacher is going to teach these Project Lead the Way classes. I will be very, very clear that we received this budget. It's an enormous privilege for Northampton High School to be able to participate in this program. We've already paid for the professional development, and we've already accepted the materials and funds. And so we will teach these Project Lead the Way classes. And what's going to end up being cut will be wood tech, robotics, or Cisco, or one of these tech management and the pathways programs.
Right. So maybe and I think you've made a solid point about that. And I think you're absolutely right. We should be hiring a good certified, qualified teacher to teach those 2 classes. I don't want to drop the classes, but where I just remain confused is it sounds like between the Cisco, the one section of the Cisco IT and the one section of the tech management, we need somebody to teach those 2 sections, and why can't we use the funds that you're asking to add 2 wood tech classes to, in lieu of adding the 2 wood tech classes, use those funds for those 2 classes? From a budgetary perspective, for me, that just makes a lot of sense, but I understand that there's certifications and things of that might interfere with this, and maybe that's the answer, but just logically, it would seem like, why don't we just use those funds as opposed to adding 2 new wood tech classes?
That's what we're doing. I'm sorry. That's what we are currently doing now. We have 2 wood tech, 2 robotics, but we don't have anyone to cover the other 2 positions. So this position, another technology teacher, means that we can now have somebody to cover the tech management in the Cisco. It's the only way I can explain it, is that we don't have to have another section of wood tech. We absolutely don't. We can have it exactly how it is now. 2 robotics, 2 wood tech. We are still short people to be able to teach the Cisco and the IT pathways.
Okay, I believe you. I'm just confused. And my other question is on their ELA document, I'm sorry. Is there a senior English class? And if so, what? I don't find it on here.
The senior English is world literature.
Okay.
And then they also have the option of, so when you're a senior for English classes, you have a choice of multiple English classes that you can take to earn credit. So you can take world literature, science and literature, literature on the screen, or Irish literature. These are the options. You can also take the AP literature class. So next year, if this was to pass, we would be doing, well, either way, we will be doing the every other year option for seniors, so they can choose from world literature, and they can choose from science and literature and AP literature. There'll be 3 choices.
We don't currently offer like an English 4 class. World literature is the English 4 class?
World literature is the English 4, and then there are 2 other electives.
Okay, thank you. Do I still have the floor?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so sorry, just turning back here. Okay, so we're now talking about the Friday budget, and I'll just throw out what I really like about it and a few minor changes. So I am, after talking to several people, thinking this over a lot, I am okay in not funding the 2.5 sped teachers. My reasoning for that is that I feel like some of those teachers are probably providing some great service, but in reality, 2 of them, is my understanding, 2 of them used to be substantially separate teachers or positions that taught substantially separate kids in our autism and our behavior program. And we no longer have those programs, and it's a credit to how well WINS is working in some areas, or co-teaching is working in some areas, that we have families that are sending their kids back to their home schools, and we don't need separate teachers for those specific kids. Obviously, we need separate practices, best practices, et cetera, but I do think that those, at least 2 of those teachers, the way I understand it, were previously teaching in a substantially separate program that might still exist, but with far, far fewer students. As Dr. Plummer tried to explain that to me, and I was convinced she might want to add some numbers to that, but let me at least finish first. I keep going back and forth with Project Lead the Way and English, so I'm going to hold off on that for now. I do think that it's incredibly smart of us to add the first grade ESPs for next year. I am, as I think many of us are, incredibly concerned about the youngsters who are learning the most, whose brains are developing at rapid paces now, that are missing close, if we don't return to school, they're missing close to half the year. And those are all kids, and we really need to be concerned about how far behind they are. So I would propose making that a 1-year position. And I would propose that we have some optimism and market this position as really high-level teaching assistants who would work with our first grade teachers next year across the 4 schools. Most of their time, except for Jackson Street, would be split between two grades. 2 classrooms, and I maintain some optimism that if we market it as a 1-year teaching assistant position with a specific goal of helping those kids catch up to what learning they lost, that we might pull out some people that are back from retirement, some certified teachers, or some college students, or some people that actually might find the position more attractive as a 1-year, as opposed to a long-term investment to becoming an ESP. I think people are really reaching out now, and I think we might actually capture some interest from some folks that see it as a 1-year commitment to return to the classroom and help their teacher help these kids. So I think if we market it differently and we only say we're going to fund it for 1 year, that's a different approach. And I am, as I've said all along, I am really, really excited by the idea of adding a social and emotional coach. It's never too late. This is the #1 issue that I hear at all school districts I go to. It's the #1 issue I hear with every teacher I talk to in Northampton. And we need to do something different. 1 teacher here, 1 para there would help only those kids in that particular classroom. So I would hope if we shape the SE coach position appropriately, that we're going to get a lot more from that particular position than we would by whatever we can do, even adding 2 special education teachers. This is a district level approach, and I am very, very thankful that superintendent, provost, or whomever had the idea that this would actually help the day-to-day operations and the stresses that all teachers face as a result of dealing with kids that are really high risk. And we knew this high risk population was coming, and I really feel like being there on a day-to-day basis to support teachers, to follow up, how did this go? Maybe you should try this instead of that. I don't want them teaching kids. I do not want to see the SE coach in the classroom working with kids. I want them to support teachers. Teachers who feel like they can do this and they have no problem doing it need to stop complaining to me, because I hear it so much. And I don't mean to use the term complaint, but it is such a stress for teachers that it's aggravating for me to hear that we know what to do. We just need more people in the classroom, because I am so convinced that teachers don't know what they need to do, because they tell me all the time. So I am really disillusioned by people who say that we don't need this. You might come up with another plan, but if teachers feel like they really have this handled well, then they shouldn't bring it up repeatedly how they don't, because it is the biggest issue we are dealing with in our school system. Finally, I am open to dropping or moving to the family and student engagement position part-time, or dropping it entirely. I would actually advocate for part-time. I love the position. I love what could be behind it. I don't know if this is the time to add a full-time position, so we can revisit in the future. But as a compromise, I would certainly consider making that half-time, saving $40-somewhat thousand, and maybe moving that into the areas that we are currently taking a chance with, like not reimbursing parents for things that they paid for and they're not getting their money back. I feel bad about that, and I feel like parents could use the money. So I would advocate for playing around with that. So those are the 4 changes that were the few changes that I would see. I'm not even sure I advocated for too many. Most of what was put out there, I would advocate for. And if there's any enthusiasm or people like this idea, then I'll make a motion. But I feel like we should probably all give an opportunity at least to talk about what we like and what we don't like.
Mayor Narkowitz, you are muted right now if you are trying to run the meeting.
Sorry about that. I was trying not to create too much background noise. So we need a motion to suspend rules because it's 10:57, and by our rules we need to end at 11. So I would ask for a motion to suspend our rules to suspend our 11 p.m. rule. Okay, there's been a motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and because we are doing this as a remote meeting, this does require a roll call vote.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Grudgingly, yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Gold, Member Gold,
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Voss has her hand up next.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to comment. I think I have other comments, but I was just going to focus on talking about the high school English teacher right now. I'm finding it's easier if we talk about one subject and don't jump around completely. So I'm just going to limit myself to this. I'm going to start by saying I think it's unfortunate that I understand how we got here, that we're comparing sort of like trading the project leading the way support for the English teacher. And I want to start by saying I know I asked a lot of questions about project leading the way. I understand it better. I think it's a very positive thing. I don't want to, if this whole situation hadn't happened, I would support it. But with COVID and these additional cuts, I still would support it if we can creatively find a way to pay for it based on what we're being told. What I do feel strongly about is not cutting an English teacher. I have people emailing me things like, you're talking about, I don't want to put things down, but you're talking about things that they consider a lot less important in this whole list of things than English teachers at our high school. We have kids, half of our high school is going to get an in-school experience of half of English this year, probably, roughly. And they're going to need more help writing next year than they've ever needed before. And if I do the numbers, assuming we have 850 students in our high school, just across the board, that's a class average of 18. And I very respectfully disagree that there's a lot of, that these English classes are small. When I look at English 1, most of those classes are too big, in my opinion. There's a lot of classes here that are too big. And the English faculty, all 8 English teachers wrote us a very long, thoughtful email, and they've said it would be okay to read it. And I'm just gonna read a little bit that I think is important history for people to be aware of. Historically speaking, when NHS transitioned from having year-long classes to the current block schedule with half year, the administration recognized that would significantly reduce time necessary for students to advance their reading and writing skills. At that time, there were approximately 700 students in our school and 10 teachers in our department. To compensate for the loss of instructional time in the block schedule, a tacit agreement was made that English classes would be capped at 18. This practice was followed for years and student skills remained strong. And it goes on. I'm not going to read all of it. The other thing that they point out in this letter is that we used to have a writing requirement in addition to English. So students used to take essentially 5 English classes, and that writing requirement left fairly recently. So these English, in the 4 English classes students take, they have to get more feedback to become stronger writers than they used to have to get. And these numbers, without cuts to the English department, allow us to have, if classes are balanced, 18 on average, which is really, I think, the right number to aim for. And I don't want to see us cut that. Other members have also brought up the issue that a cut in the English department is a real concern because it appears, and the English teacher letter the English teacher's letter describes this, that the person who would be cut is one of our star teachers and also one of our few teachers of color. And so I just am having trouble understanding why we can't find other cuts to make to support the need for the project leading the way or technology teacher or whatever we're calling it. And, you know, I think we have to be creative and figure out a different way to do it and not cut the English teacher. And I'll stop there. I have other comments, but I think it's easier to have a conversation on one topic in some ways.
Member Gold.
My comment is different than the piece that Member Voss was just talking about. If that's okay, then I don't know if this is allowed to do. Can I make an amendment to the April 10th to return it to the April 7th that the alt team is recommending? And then asking that we vote on that instead.
You can certainly make an amendment. Yeah, that's certainly within your power to make an amendment to. So you'd like to amend the presentation that's on the table to return it to the Tuesday, April 7th version.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That would require a second, and obviously then we'd be debating that. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. Not seeing a second. So failing a lack of a second, then that amendment cannot go forward.
Okay.
Do you have further comments or other things to add to this, to the motion that's on the table?
I think that we need to really consider that the alt team's recommendation, and while we have, while we can say we've heard from staff, and as a teacher, I think it's really important to hear from staff. We're not hearing from all staff, so we can't assume that the ones that we're hearing from, and if you all our members go in and look at like how many people you've actually heard from, like what % of them have you actually heard from, right? And like the impact is going to be on. And I think that the alt team are the ones who we've hired as the experts for this, and we need to just go with them on that and then evaluate how it goes from there. And so I would just like to, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Member Gold. Dr. Plumbers has her hand up next, and I would recognize her.
Sure, I'll go quickly, just because Mr. Kaufman mentioned that we had spoken today, and I have some information that might be helpful for those members who are looking for a little bit more information about the special education teaching positions. And I did some looking into some of my old files. So it's more than just anecdotal in terms of this sort of, in addition to the staffing changes that I mentioned in the budget profile this year that have shifted over the last 5 years, the numbers of our students and the significance of need has spread out across the district in a way that we expected, given that we weren't asking to send all students with significant autism to one building, all students with significant behavioral disabilities to another building. So for those of you who weren't here at the time, the year before the WINS model, so it was the 16-17 school year, Jackson Street School had the behavior program. There were 11 students at the time. As of next year, only 3 of those students who were being served by the program at that time will still remain receiving services at Jackson Street School. At Bridge Street School, there was the autism program as well as the learning disabilities program, language-based learning disabilities program. The LD program had 9 students. As of next year, all students will have either moved out of the district, gone to JFK or the high school. And this was a big impetus for the WINS model and thinking about how we serve the needs of our students in the district, we had 18 students in our ASD program at Bridge Street School. As of next year, there will be 4 students. Students will either have gone to upper level school, or they have gone back to their home schools, or they have moved to a different district. So that's 27 students who are being served by our programs at Bridge Street School in 16-17, and down to 4 students. I don't mean to minimize at all the needs of our students. In what I think this actually, what I'm trying to say is the restructuring of the programming has allowed us to build more programming in our other buildings. You'll see that Leeds Elementary School had a special education teacher that was added this year. That's not part of the cuts, because that's absolutely where we saw there was a need. We've added the BCBAs at both Jackson Street and at Bridge Street School since that time. There's another tiered support provider at Bridge Street School. So there are other pieces that have been added at the different levels of support in terms of tiered support that really support the building and students and teachers in different ways. And the numbers of students with significant disabilities really has spread out more throughout the district. So I hope that's helpful information.
Thank you, Dr. Plummer. The next person whose hand is up is Member Levy.
I had a few comments, but I like Member Voss's idea.
Your audio is really low, Member Levy, for some reason.
Sorry, is this better?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I have a number of thoughts, but I like Member Voss's idea of trying to take it one item at a time as much as possible. So I agree that the Project Lead the Way program is one that is incredibly, or I think will be incredibly impactful. And I am really having trouble with the funding of it at the cost of an English teacher for all the reasons that my colleagues have voiced. So I won't reiterate. So I really am just voicing that. I don't want to repeat what folks have said. Would love to see a way to fund it. Sounds like it can't be grant funded since it's already partially grant funded. That was going to be one of my questions. But I would love to see a creative way of funding it. And I also I'm with Member Kaufman. I'm having trouble understanding the kind of trade-offs of woodshop, but I think I'm not sure that I got that answer. But so I'm just voicing that I'm having trouble cutting the English position, but would like to fund Project Lead the Way, and I don't know where that leads us.
Okay. I guess I would just say that we're kind of at the point now where talking about these things or discussing these things, it's now 11:11. And so really, if people feel strongly, then now's the time to make amendments, frankly, because that's really that's what's going to get us to the end and taking a final vote. So Member Busansky, you have your hand up next.
Oh, yes. I think that perhaps Member Levy was going to make a motion.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that. I'm sorry. Member Levy.
I just saw her unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion that the English teacher position be removed from the cuts. I don't know the protocol here because I don't have a good solution other than going back to the spreadsheet that I think we shouldn't go back to because it didn't land very well.
Yeah, I think the challenge of making that motion is I think you'd have to come up with what's the cut. I mean, you'd have to come up with a matching cut. So just saying put the English teacher back in, that doesn't balance the budget is the challenge. So I think we've got to sort of think that piece through. Yeah.
So give me a second to think that piece through.
Okay. Member Busansky.
Thanks. So I'm very happy to see in this proposal that the first grade ESPs have been put in, and with many of the exchanges. I also agree with Member Kaufman in the importance of the social emotional learning coach. And so I'm, pleased to see that stay. I went back to the, it wasn't a survey, but sort of the budget question we asked, I think after the very first iteration of the budget, which seems like ages ago, just to look at who was for and against, or who gave comments on being pro having an SEL coach. And I was really pleased to see that there were, and this had been my vague memory, that there were a number of teachers who said how important they thought having a social emotional coach would be. So I just want to remind that, because I've also received emails for and against having a social emotional coach, but I haven't heard anyone really voice that we've been hearing from the community in different ways, that and from teachers specifically, having a social emotional coach would be important. And I think it's also important to remember that it's a K through 8 coach, and that this would be really important to have at the middle school level as well, because we talk about everything that we've talked a lot about elementary and high school today, but I feel like we haven't talked about JFK and their needs much tonight. So just wanted to put that out there. I'm also concerned about the reduction in the English teacher, and my thinking on this has changed pretty recently, and mostly because of this pandemic and this notion that I think Member Voss, you brought up just recently, that our kids are really losing a half of year of English class, even if we go back, let's say at best fourth, which I find hard to believe that's going to happen. I think at the end of the day, we're going to find that they've lost a lot of their English class in 1 year. And so that's a lot to make up next year. It just does not feel like it's the year or the time to cut an English teacher. And one way I've looked at it, I was looking at the budget of how to do it, because I agree with the mayor that this is the time to think about what would we cut, not just put forward what we're interested in keeping, but would be to have the family student engagement person to bring them on half-time. So, and I was also wondering if there's some, and maybe Superintendent Provost, you could comment on this, if there's some way, if we're moving the capstone to technology, are we going to lose 2 technology courses, 2 technology blocks? Could we keep capstone with English, and then therefore kind of keeping that money with English, along with having the family student engagement person be part-time, which maybe is just the year to be able to bring them on, have them get some, good stuff done, not as much as if they were full-time, but not kind of take away that resource. So I don't know, Superintendent Provost, would you be able to comment on that at all?
So I will start by commenting on the capstone piece. I had a conversation earlier today with Member Kaufman, who said, and maybe it would be better just to call this the capstone teacher rather than the technology teacher or the English teacher, because the reality is they're teaching a separate subject. It seems like it's a loss from English to technology, but it is a loss from the department to technology, but it's not a loss of the courses. So that's a long way of saying, if the English position stayed in the department, then the capstone projects could definitely stay in the department. But I think it would be helpful for us to realize that we're not actually adding English courses by keeping the English teacher. We would be maintaining the capstones the way they are. With respect to the other piece, I have given some thought about how a halftime might work, because we think that a lot of this position needs to take place over the summer. I have been thinking about it. Might make sense to delay the person's start date rather than have them work part-time all through the year. So it might be a more impactful thing that comes in the second half of the year rather than sort of a watered down thing throughout the whole course of the year. That could be a possibility if that's where the committee wants to go.
Could you flesh that out a little bit, Dr. Provost? So what would that mean? So
it would mean that instead of having that person work halftime, let's say you find a halftime family and student engagement coordinator, instead of having the person at 0.5 for 240 days, the person could be full-time for 120 days.
And would that yield, what savings would that yield for purposes of what people are discussing tonight in terms of
So I believe the position is in there at 85,000. So it would yield 4250.
Okay.
And so it seems like, if I'm reading that correctly, if we did do it as a sort of start them halfway through the year or whatever, so half 4250, then that would not quite, but almost pay for the English teacher to remain. But so I seem to be stuck on this notion of, if we don't lose the English teacher, if we keep the English teacher, why wouldn't there be additional English classes? So
To answer that question, because
can you explain that?
If you add a position and then you have the position continue to do the capstone projects, you're taking 2 of the 3 blocks that teacher would teach and giving it to a subject other than English.
Sorry, you came in really slow on I'm having a lot of technology issues tonight. Could you just repeat that last sentence?
Sorry, so teachers teach 3. If we kept an English teacher and said 2 of the 3 courses will be capstone, you're really only saving 1 class. I just wanted to be clear about that.
Okay, high school teachers only teach 3 classes per year, or you mean per semester?
Per semester.
And capstone is offered as 2 blocks per semester. It's offered as 4 classes for the year.
Currently we have a teacher who's doing 2 blocks. I think that's year long, but I would defer to Lori on that. But I do know we have one of our English teachers right now doing 2 blocks of capstone. 2 of their 3 right now are capstone.
So sorry, just trying to clarify, 2 of the 3 per semester.
I might have to talk.
That's right.
Please talk, Lori. Principal Valancourt.
Go ahead, Principal Valancourt.
Oh, did I? Sorry, I have to unplug all my headphones and such. So can you just repeat the last question, please?
Just trying to understand. So the capstone course is offered twice per it's 2 periods per semester, or 1 period per semester?
No, the capstone class is offered 1 period each semester. So 1 capstone each semester is what is offered.
Okay. So twice per year.
Mm-hmm.
And so the teacher, whoever's teaching the capstone, is teaching 1 period of capstone per semester and then 2 periods of something else, right?
That's
whatever.
Right. Yep.
Per semester.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you for that correction, Principal Valancourt.
So I guess that just brings me back to that question of why, if we kept capstone, if we kept the English teacher, kept capstoning in the English department, we wouldn't be increasing the number of English classes we could offer, English sections.
So
we're getting rid of, sorry, go ahead, Dr. Provost.
Sorry, Laura, you please take it.
Okay. So currently we will be down 2 capstones, 2 literature on the screens, and 1 section of Irish literature. That's 6 sections total. That is 1 complete teacher. And that is because they're doing the electives every other year. So that's a decrease in 6 sections. Each teacher teaches 6 sections a year.
Okay, and that's with the English teacher cut.
If we keep the English teacher, we would still be down 3 sections, 2 literature on the screen and 1 Irish literature. If we keep the capstone in the department,
then that's 2 sections that would need to be fulfilled by an English teacher.
Right. And if we kept the English teacher, how would that change things? That's what I'm trying to understand.
If we kept the English teacher, so right now, if we kept the English teacher, then let's say that English teacher went to world literature. There's currently 3 sections, 13, 14, and 19. Those, we could add another English teacher there, and then there'd be four sections, and we could have classes of 10. Or we could add them to the poetry class where there's a section of 23 and 27. We could increase that, and then there'd be classes of 16 or something like that. So we would add them to somewhere else where we could bring our numbers down between 13 and 15 or 18, something like that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does that conclude your questions, Member Vusansky? Are you prepared to make an amendment or a motion or anything like that, or answer your questions?
No, it does conclude my questions though for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Voss is next.
Thank you. I'm going to say one more thing about English, and then I think I'm going to try to make a motion that'll make you happy. No matter what we do here, with 850 kids in our high school and 8 English teachers on average, if kids only take 4 classes, the minimum, we're going to have 18 students in each English class, which feels reasonable, but not small. And so we can play and say, oh, we might be able to make a couple classes 13, 14 or so. But right now we have a lot of classes that are much too big. And I'm also concerned that if you look back 10, 12 years ago with the recession in 2008, the enrollments, I believe, in the high school went up, and it would be likely, it seems, that our enrollments would be going up over the next year or two. And frankly, learning to write and taking English classes and getting feedback from those fantastic English teachers is something our students need more than a lot of other, they absolutely need it. So I just wonder if there's other places in the school where capstone teachers can be found. I'm surprised that it has to be in the English department. And then I'm trying to think of a motion to move us along. I realize it's a late night. I want to acknowledge that I'm not really comfortable with knowing what I want this budget to say. I think a lot of people feel that way. And I'm going to go back to where I was last week, which is I'm ready to vote to, I'm getting the page up here, pass a budget of the amount 32 million plus the rest of the stuff, which we can formalize, and ask that these positions that were, or at least some of them, and so it's not a formal motion yet, it's putting it out there, at least some of these we just hold in a line item to continue discussion when we understand better how some of these trade-offs can go. And quite honestly, that I just want people to know this, that was the motivation behind the 3 of us trying to be creative and thinking through trade-offs. We didn't come here wanting to get rid of anything people have put a lot of thought into. And I do think I need to say, for people who don't know this, I did email the superintendent this morning with questions. I didn't say I was totally, I didn't, anyway, I emailed them with a question about every single one of those reductions that's on that list and said I'd be happy to talk. And I also recognize he's super busy and doesn't have time to talk to all of us. And I don't feel comfortable calling some of you because I don't think I can without him connecting us. So, I'm very sorry people feel the way they do. I just want to leave the meeting knowing that everyone's coming in to this trying to do the very best for our students and our teachers. Very difficult time.
So I think the challenge, I'm not really sure how you would just pass the bottom line budget, because then you're basically we're not giving guidance to the administration about which positions they should be moving forward with and developing job descriptions and advertising. I'm not really sure how that would work. I don't know, Dr. Provost, if your hand is up, do you want to respond to that? I'm just trying to understand that piece.
Yes, first of all, as Cami had pointed out last week, it would be very difficult for us to have a budget with a number, but without authorization to fill positions, because, you know, many of the positions we're trying to fill are competitive. We are in a tight labor market with other districts. We don't want to fund positions and then let them go stagnant to the point where we let the best candidates find positions and then are picking from the ones who are left over. The other thing that I think would be just very concerning, and I would caution the school committee on this. As I said at the beginning, we're talking about potential $5 billion revenue deficit in the state of Massachusetts, and also, I would imagine, local deficits that I don't know what the number is, but can imagine they'll be there. I think it's dangerous for the school committee to send a budget to the city council saying, here's a number we need, but we're not really sure what positions are going to be within it, when they're also going to be faced with very difficult decisions. So I think the budget should be the positions that you can support, and then we should go forward to aggressively try to fill them with the best people we can.
Okay, so the next person who has a hand up is Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a very brief question and then very potentially a motion to make. Ms. Valancourt, it's directed to you. If that English teacher position is retained, can we still not shift the capstone into another department to free that all of that teacher's blocks up for English classes?
So the capstone used to be in band, and Deb Kuhn did the capstone for years. And now in band, we have multiple electives in that class, so it can't hold the capstone. And I mean, we could move it to somewhere like math, and we could be down a math class. We could move it. I mean, it could take some creative problem solving, but it would still result in 2 less classes being taught within any discipline.
Right, but I guess in the current proposal, the most recent one from April 10th, that is happening. If the English teacher is cut, those 2 capstone classes are being shifted to another department. So what department would they be going to already, even if we didn't save that English teacher?
Oh, I understand. So it would be going to the technology department.
So if we fund the Project Lead the Way position, shift those capstone classes to the technology department, that would then free up the English teacher position that we theoretically could save to lower class sizes by giving that English teacher 6 possible English classes?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, then if possible, I'd like to make a motion, Mayor. If now's
you can make a motion. It would be an amendment to the to what's on the floor right now, the budget, okay. the budget.
So this would be an amendment on the most recent budget proposal, the one that Dr. Provost presented this evening, that he shared on the 10th. My proposal would be to retain the English teacher position. Like many of my colleagues, I feel that's an important position. The number was shared earlier today, 56,400. Member Fallon mentioned earlier this evening there might be some question of that number, but it's probably somewhere around there. So we retain that position. On the flip side, we eliminate the SEL coach. I really love the idea of the coach. I'm not sure now is the time to implement that position. Lot of feedback from current staff saying that they either have the skills or they feel they can teach each other. I would propose that we cut that position, let those teachers follow through with that. If the teachers feel that they can help each other with those skills, we'll give them a year to do that. We can always revisit this position next year. That would save $68,000. So the English teacher would only eat up $56,000 of that, with $12,000 remaining. That would cover the athletic fees that the refund is in question of. I don't know what that refund would be, but hopefully that $12,000 would cover that. And then anything remaining from that could be split to reduce the building-based budget reductions.
Okay, so there's an amendment by Mr. Condon. Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Was that Member Fallon?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. So now the discussion would be on that amendment. Mr. Kaufman, you have your hand up next.
I think we need to vote on the amendment, right? Or not?
Well, we're debating the amendment. We could certainly vote on it, but typically, the motion made and seconded so people can have a chance to talk about it if they'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I appreciate Mr. Condon's idea. I have another idea which is related. So I guess I would just say that I can't support what he's going to say, but I can support it if he changed it to the family and student engagement position as opposed to the the social emotional coach. I could then support it.
So you're saying the elimination of that, or what we? So
in lieu of, I would, if he would consider changing the elimination of the social emotional learning coach to the elimination of the family and student engagement coordinator, I could support his amendment.
Okay. I don't know if Member Condon wants to respond to that. You've clearly made a motion, so obviously it's. I don't know if you'd like to respond to that, or.
I will. I feel the family student engagement coordinator is a more important position to hold, considering not only the students who will be returning to us when school resumes will need help in many areas. I think their families will equally need assistance from the district. So I think that family student engagement coordinator is important to hold on to.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox, you have your hand up. Member Sarah.
Yes, sorry. I'm wondering if we could get some sort of visual representation of Member Condon's amendment. Member Condon, if you could,
I will work
send it out in some way.
I'll work on putting that on a Google Doc and right now and share it around.
So.
Well, since many members and members of the public are in the current, the proposed amendment to April 7th budget presentation document, I'm wondering if you want to just add it on a new sheet.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Member Seraphy Cox?
Sure. The document that we're already in, that many members are already in, the spreadsheet, I took the liberty of adding a tab called Member Condon's Amendment or something like that. So if you would like to put it there.
Or I wonder if you could just put it in chat so that it could go in the minutes that way.
Oh yeah, that's actually, thank you, Annie.
I will add that right now.
Great.
Okay. So we're just waiting for Member Condon to type up his amendment. Are there any other comments about the amendment?
So the current amendment, as I understand it, is taking away the SEL coach and adding in the English teacher. Did I understand that the family engagement coordinator is already? No, we have not voted on the family engagement coordinator being half-time, right? The family
that was not a motion that was made. No one's made a motion on that.
Okay. I guess I would. I don't know if I'm ready for a motion on that. My brain's moving more slowly.
Okay. Well, I'd love us to at least finish this one motion.
Sure.
Probably because it would get a little complicated to then have another amendment to this
Oh,
amendment.
I see. Okay.
So Sean's amendment is coming to us in chat. I'm sorry, Member Condon. And so
it's there.
Okay, so yeah, so his proposal is to reduce the SEL coach, which would save $68,000, retain the high school English teacher, which adds $56,400, and then the remaining $12,000 could be used to cover the refund of the spring athletic fees, and then any remaining funds could be split between the buildings to reduce the building fund reductions that are proposed in this particular version of the budget. So that motion has been made and seconded. Do you have further comments, Member Sarah P. Cox?
Not at this time.
Okay. I have Member Voss and Member Gold with hands up. So Member Voss is next.
I just wanted to add that maybe Cammie can help us with this, but the original budget for no override scenario, I believe the English teacher was a cost of $75,000 and not the $56,000. And there's a note in here from Mark Morrison saying the sports fees would be higher than that at 35 to 40, although in the budget that we're looking at, it's listed as a reduction of 20. I'm just adding details that I'm aware of.
Mr. Mayor, did that reduction then count the unemployment insurance? Is that why the number is potentially higher when it was listed as a reduction for the English teacher than the actual salary of that teacher?
That would be a Cammie question. I don't know.
I can
that would be a
for you.
question. Go ahead, John.
I'm happy to defer to Cammie.
Oh, Cammie?
So when the alt team were originally meeting, coming up with two different versions, when we looked at the override, I had the salary sheets in front of me and they looked the same salary. And then when I realized after we had done it, because we were initially just putting numbers to it, when I initially looked at it, I grabbed a salary of 72. When I went back through it and made the formal presentation piece, that's when I looked at it and said there was a teacher, and if it's a matter of someone would be not returning, it would be the least senior salary person that would actually get that notice. So it wouldn't just be whoever was teaching a particular course. It would be a matter of who's the least senior, because then they would have bumping rights. So that's where the 56,000 is the least senior salary in that department.
And I can speak to the other part of her question.
Go ahead, Dr. Pro.
So the $20,000 that you see is just the savings for transportation. What Mr. Morrison is saying is that the cost of returning the athletic fees would be $35,000 to $40,000. So if you decide to do that, then that consumes the savings from the transportation and leaves you with a deficit of $15,000 to $20,000.
So you're saying that Member Condon's plan to use some of that to cover, it's sort of an all or nothing proposition. Either are going to return them or you're not going to return them.
I'm saying it doesn't give enough money to fund the return.
That's sort of what I was trying to say, is that if you're going to refund them, you have to have the full amount of money available to refund them. Right. So you can't just say the first 12,000 worth will refund. Okay. Member Gold, you have your hand up.
Oh, I was just going to say, in comment to the cutting of the SDL coach, that is not something that I'd be able to agree with, considering the district improvement, the evaluation, and what we're hearing from teachers about the need for social emotional support. I think that proposal is cornerstone to this budget and aligned to what we're looking for, what the teachers are looking for, and so I would have to say that I can't support that part of it.
Okay. Your hand is still up, Superintendent Provost, but I think that was from the previous question, or the
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. I was going to lower it. Member Voss.
So the way I'm now looking at this budget is that we needed to find $80,000 to fund the first grade ESPs. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like 40 of the 35 to 40,000 of that, is it true to say, is being funded by not returning the athletic fees, or am I missing something?
No, a more accurate way to say it is that 20,000 is being funded through the transportation revolving accounts, and the money that we're saving there because of the negotiations we were able to do with Durham, and the fact that we'll be saving transportation costs on the spring season, even if it were to occur.
But how are we going to refund the $35,000 of athletics?
In this proposal, we don't, because if you refund, then that just creates another $35,000 to $40,000 issue. So if you wanted to fully fund the 4 ESPs for the first grades and refund the athletics, then you would need to have $120,000 rather than $80,000.
Okay, I think that's what I was saying in a different way, and I won't argue it, but I'm just going to say I'm really uncomfortable with not refunding a sports season that doesn't exist, because it feels like the sports funding is funding the ESPs. I think that is.
Well, a bunch of that funding is coming from Durham, which doesn't have anything to do with athletics.
Where's the money? Where's the $35,000 of athletic fees going?
That's going to cover the costs that we are going to have with the total athletic program.
Okay, I'll leave it to the next question. I'm a little confused, but.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I just wanted to express support for the current proposal, except for this now newly raised issue of reimbursing the athletic fees being significantly more expensive. I mean, as the amendment is currently written, because the numbers were wrong, the athletic fees would be only partly reimbursed. So I don't know if that is acceptable or not, but I did want to voice support for the spirit of the amendment.
So Member Condon, I don't know if it makes sense to revise your amendment. I don't know, or at least what you wrote. I just don't know if the sounding like the 12,000 won't be enough to cover that. So I don't know if that third line just needs to be eliminated. I'm not sure.
I can eliminate that third line. That was just one idea I had for that extra 12,000. I mean, there are plenty of other places it could be distributed, but like Member Voss, not directly connected to this, I also feel strongly that that money should be returned to those families. Finding how to do that obviously is another question, but in terms of this amendment, I'm more than happy to remove that aspect from it.
And then it would default to your fourth paragraph, which says remaining funds would be split between the buildings to reduce the building fund reductions. So at least that would be the impact of your amendment. So, so we're back to, I'm sorry, checking for other hands. Member Seraphy Cox, your hand was up, but you've just spoken.
I did speak. I do have one other idea. I guess I'll make it as a motion. I'm not entirely convinced of it, but I'll make it as a motion just to see what appetite there is for it. That if we remove the family engagement coordinator as well, we would then be able to reimburse the athletic fees. So I guess I would make the motion to put the family engagement coordinator at halftime. So that 42,500 number that that the superintendent had said before, and then we can reimburse the athletic fees at 35,000. I will put that in the chat.
So to clarify that, though, there were two different ways that was being described, either making it a year-round part-time position or a part-year full-time position. I'm just trying to clarify which one you're proposing.
I'm proposing the cost. I think, honestly, I would leave it up to the alt team to determine which of those options is best.
So Superintendent Provost, can I just clarify? I just want to understand what you said before. Are those two different numbers or are those the same number? I'm just trying to understand.
I lost the trail of which two numbers we're talking about.
I'm talking about the going to just a straight part-time the title of it's escaping me now at this late hour. The family outreach position.
Yes.
And that going part-time versus the not year-round, but full-time, but not year-round. You sort of described two scenarios there.
Cost is the same either way.
Okay, good. I just wanted to verify that.
So I put my amendment in the chat. I would, I guess, maybe ask Member Condon if it's a friendly amendment.
I would be amenable to that, yes.
Okay, so now the amendments. Okay, so the amendments are in the chat. So this would decrease the family engagement coordinator to 42.5 to fund reimbursement of athletic fees for the spring. Okay, so that motion has been accepted by the original maker. And so now we're back to this amendment. So the amendment on the table would be to restore the English teaching position and restore the refund of sports fees. And the trade would be to eliminate the SEL coach as proposed and decrease the family engagement coordinator to the part-time level. Are there any comments on this particular amendment. I've got a hand from member Seraphy Cox, but that may have been one that I just didn't put down. Member Kaufman.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand that, Member Condon, where does this leave the project Lead the Way teacher? I think I lost track there. Can you clarify, please?
That position would remain in the budget. That would not be eliminated.
So we would. So what pays for the English teacher then?
The elimination of the SEL coach and the reduction of the family student engagement coordinator to half.
I see. Okay. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Member Busansky.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the athletic fees. So I guess I'm asking the superintendent. I thought it meant that we just it was just 20,000 with when you add in the transportation revolving 1 year savings. But you're saying to refund the athletic fees, it's actually 35 to 40,000.
That's correct. That's why I said, if you want to use the transportation funding in order to help pay for the ESPs, then you have to commit to not refunding the athletic fees, because the athletic fees more than outweigh the savings on the transportation costs. I will say that it probably also will be constraining your ability to deal with a question which could come up, which is whether or not spring coaches should be paid.
Right. And how will that factor into it?
If you refund the fees for the season and then decide that you want to pay the coaches who were paid for by the fees, you'll have yet another deficit that you need to cover of approximately the same size.
Right. So if we pay the coaches, then we're not refunding the fees for a season that may never have happened. That's what you're saying.
Close to what I'm saying. Close to what I'm saying. In this scenario, we had we were keeping the athletic fees. We were not doing refunds, and we were not paying the coaches.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Member Fallon.
I'm just wondering if I'm looking at this, I could support the amendments with the caveat that I'm questioning. Can Dr. Provost tell me, I ideally would like to see that family engagement coordinator funded at the highest level possible. And so the part of this that is allowing that extra $12,000 to go to reduce the money taken from each building-based budget, I'm wondering if that would be better served adding that, so that we could sort of build out the number of days we could afford a full-time family engagement coordinator. I guess I was wondering where he stood on which would be kind of a better value or more important.
I'm sorry, Member Fallon, I don't quite understand the question.
So right now, gosh, I'm sorry. Under the proposal, that remaining $12,000 from not keeping the social emotional learning coach and retaining the English teacher, that remaining $12,000 they were saying would be split between the buildings to reduce the building fund reductions. And I'm saying if we're already reducing the social emotional learning coach, I feel that the family engagement position becomes even more important. And I thought it would be better to put that extra $12,000 towards that position, so that could be funded at the highest rate for the longest number of days possible.
I think that would definitely be in keeping with the way we rated those proposals. The family and student engagement coordinator was the top priority. So I would agree. I would agree that the team would rather see the money go to increasing that position to as close to full-time as possible than to the building-based budgets.
Okay, so I don't know if Member Condon would accept that as a friendly amendment or not.
Absolutely.
So then that means though, but then that changes the amendment that Member Seraphy Cox made. And I just want to make sure there's enough money to actually do that. Because Member Seraphy Cox's friendly amendment was to decrease the family engagement coordinator.
Right, to half-time, and this would bring it from half-time up to essentially prorating it. It would add $12,000 to that $42,500 that was the half-time that she had said, plus whatever, because they said 35 to 40, so there may even be an additional 7,000. So I'm saying anything at all that can go towards that family engagement position, especially if the goal is to get it to be a full-time position that we're funding for a specific fewer numbers of days, then that would help hire for more days of the year, essentially. Do you understand now?
Yes.
So it is in agreement with Member Seraphy Cox's proposal. It was just in disagreement with Member Condon's proposal for that $12,000.
Okay. Okay. I think he had eliminated that line at one point. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't double counting money. So
I just eliminated where it was earmarked for.
Exactly. Yeah. But you'd now be basically eliminating, you'd be modifying your fourth line, which says any remaining funds, instead of saying would be split between the buildings to reduce the building fund, you would be saying and any remaining funds would be redirected to increasing hours for the family engagement coordinator. Would that be amenable? I think that's what Member Fallon's suggesting.
Not hours, but days, but yes.
Days.
I'm typing into the comments, I think what Member Fallon is alluding to.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I suppose one option would be to, well, I was going to say call the question, which is something that I used in college student government, but I don't actually see it on this little chart that.
Yeah, well, you can call the question. It does require a vote.
Right. Okay.
So people would have to vote.
Well, I see a couple hands up, so.
Okay, so okay, 1 second here. I'm sorry. Okay, so Member Condon, your hand was up, but do you have any? Okay, Member Kaufman.
Thank you. So I'm still I don't want to be a holdout, but I'm still searching for any hope that we can keep the SC coach. I wanted to ask Dr. Provost, and if anybody else from administration wants to chime in quick, but if we were going to fund the SC coach from the Project Lead the Way teacher, I know it might not be a 100% match, but if we were going to not add a Project Lead the Way teacher, but add the SC coach, do you feel strongly one way or another about that, Dr. Provost?
I'd rather have Project Lead the Way.
Okay.
Okay, Member Busansky.
Yes, thank you. I think I'm just wondering if Member Seraphy Cox's amendment, sorry, I'm going through the chat now, that includes reimbursing parents for athletic fees for the spring. If it seems to me like that should possibly, I'm wondering if that should be what Member Seraphy Cox thinks about taking that part out, since we haven't made a decision yet on paying spring coaches or not. So if we vote on Member Condon's amendment and it passes, then we're saying that we will reimburse parents for spring athletic fees. When we don't quite know if we're going to have any season or not, if we're paying coaches or not, there's still a lot of unknowns then. So I just was wondering what, I guess maybe that question is to Member Seraphy Cox then.
Technically, I think it's to Member Condon because since it was accepted as a friendly amendment to his amendment, it's his amendment that's on the floor.
Fair enough. Member Condon?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sorry, going back to my chat here, in Member Seraphy Cox's friendly amendment, which you accepted, it says that we will return athletic fees to parents, but there's still many unknowns in that area. Like, for example, whether we will have any of a spring season or not, and whether we will be paying coaches or not. So it seems like maybe that part should be removed since we don't really know. There's so much we don't know just yet.
Well, to answer your question, I think we're going to have those questions regardless of what budget proposal we agree upon. I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Provost, I don't think there's any way we can work those unknowns into the budget.
I don't think you can work all the unknowns. I'm just cautioning you about possibly making it harder and limiting the choices that you can make later on.
So if we vote to pay back parents for spring athletic fees now without knowing what our costs are, it just puts us in a bit of a corner. Is that what you're trying to say, Superintendent Provost?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
That's also what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, Member Levy.
So actually some of what I was going to say is what Member Busanski just said. I've been in places where they are asking parents to make donations and to do that on sort of a sliding scale according to their ability. And I think it could free up some of our, I guess this is all to say, I would be in favor of taking out the athletic fee refund for now and getting creative with that later if we need to, since we don't know. And it seems like it gives us more options. I also will say that for me, trying to have the most amount of adults with students, I guess it was until Superintendent Provost said he would choose the project lead the way over the SEL coach. I'm just trying to figure out how to ensure we have more adults with our students, and I'm concerned. I have concerns with this, but I think I'm not sure if pulling back that 40,000 would allow us to add more adults at some point. I'm concerned. I don't know if the first grade ESPs will fill those recess positions that are being pulled, the recess monitors, but I'm concerned that we're leaving, especially our elementary schools, without as many adults as I would hope a budget would support.
Okay, Member Busanski, your hand is up.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to that I have been thinking along the same lines as Member Levy that maybe we could ask for donations later on with the spring sports fees. But I did want to say, just for the record, that I would like to be able to refund spring sports fees to parents. I just don't think we know enough yet about what everything's going to look like to make that decision tonight. That was I wanted to add. Thanks.
Okay, Member Fallon.
I want to know if we can leave that money and just say possible refunds and leave it at that, and then call the question, because we still have 2 more agenda items and an executive session. And I think we've come to the point where we just need to take a vote on a budget.
Okay. So I guess the question would be back to the maker of the motion on that. The question is, do you want to add the term possible refunds or potential refunds as opposed to leaving it the way it is?
I would be fine doing that, or going back to my initial proposal of just cutting the SEL coach in exchange for the English teacher and having just that 12,000 remaining. I'm fine with either.
As opposed to then making the cut
as opposed to the current one, which includes the reduction also of the family student engagement coordinator.
Okay, but that would require, I think you'd need to, that would require some discussion with member Sarah Fee Cox, who brought that into your amendment as a friendly amendment.
Yes.
It's his amendment. I don't think.
Okay, fine. I just wanted us to be clear what we're voting on. So
absolutely. I guess. Sorry, I didn't actually raise my hand.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I tried to call on you. So.
Okay. I'm curious if the superintendent would have an opinion between reducing the family engagement coordinator or the restoration to the building budgets. Like if we were to use money from reduction in family engagement coordinator to put back money into the building budgets.
I believe that member Fallon asked this question, and I said that I would prefer to have the funding used to make the family engagement coordinator as close to full-time as possible, because it was the item that was rated the highest by the alt team in their equity criteria.
Okay, apologies for asking the same question.
So I guess my question is back to member Condon. You were considering constricting your amendment a little bit back to its original form, which was English teacher, SEL coach for English teacher, and then leaving the family student engagement intact. So I'm just trying to, I want to know where we're landing on this, so that when we're voting, hopefully voting very soon on this amendment, people will know what they're voting for.
Yes, I can put that first amendment back in the chat at the bottom, so it is once again clear to everyone.
Okay.
Mayor, I don't know if you see that my hand is up.
Oh,
I was just going to say that I'm ready to vote personally.
Okay, great. So, okay. I just was waiting for, I had the chat thing up, so I couldn't see the other thing. Let's see. Okay, so this is then strictly a vote on the retaining the English teacher and losing the SEL coach, and then savings not earmarked for anything specific. So sort of back to your original motion. So that's the amendment on the table, and not seeing any other hand. Okay, so I will then ask the clerk to call the roll on that amendment.
Mayor,
yes,
that's the proposed the April 10th proposed budget with these amendments.
No, we're actually just voting on the amendment first, and then we vote on the April 10th. So this was an amendment to the budget, to the April 10th budget. And so then we go back to the main motion. So this was just an amendment to the April 10th budget.
Okay.
Yes. So voting on the amendment first and then going back to the main budget. So so with that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Oh, hold on. No.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Gold.
No.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Kaufman.
No.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
It's an even tie.
So the motion fails. So it's 5-5. So the motion fails on the amendment. So now we're back to the main motion, which is on the April 10th budget that's been put forward. So is there any further discussion on that, or do we move to a vote?
Move to a vote.
Okay. Member Voss.
Sorry, I'm just trying to put numbers together here, and it's hard to keep up. I'm not sure if these numbers work, but I am committed to figuring out how to keep the English teacher, and I'm gonna make a motion that might get us that way, but I need to write the numbers out. What if I proposed half of an SEL coach, 0.75 of a family engagement coordinator? That might leave us enough for the English teacher, but as I said, I'm doing this in real time. Do you want me to type it in?
It would be helpful for people to see what your amendment is. Yeah.
What were we just about to vote on? Mayor, I'm just confused. Can you point me in the right direction?
So what was originally put on the table after our initial discussion was the latest budget proposal that was brought back to the school committee at the request of the school committee. So this was the proposal to restore the elementary ESP positions. And so that basically the latest iteration of the budget from the alt team.
Without any of Member Condon's amendments? Because when he brought it up,
those amendments were not successfully adopted. So it would revert back to the as proposed budget with just restoring the ESP positions and then with all the other trade-offs that we've discussed.
Thank you.
I don't know how to return without 0.5 SEL 3,400. I think that I got to add it up somewhere else though.
Okay. So it says, okay.
I don't know what this adds up to.
Okay. I don't know that we've actually, have we discussed tonight the possibility of that coach being halftime? I don't know if I know we've talked about other positions being halftime, but I don't know about that one particularly. Dr. Provost, is that something that you have an opinion on?
So with this position, because it is a position that travels from different buildings, what I think I would like, if the school committee wants to make that less than full-time, is some direction into which schools would get the services and which schools wouldn't, because it would be more effective to give a smaller number of schools the full treatment than to give every school a very watered down treatment. It's sort of like the old problem of, if you have 10 sick people and 5 courses of penicillin, you can't give everyone half a course. You have to decide where you want to deploy your resources.
Okay, I don't think it adds up. We're still down with this proposal, so maybe other people can build on it.
From my math, oh, I'm sorry, there are hands. Oh, I apologize.
So member Voss's hand was up, but then member Busansky was waiting.
I was looking at it a different way, but I'm with member Voss, and what I think I'm hearing from everyone is that we would like to keep the English position. What I was looking at, I was trying to add up the numbers for was going back to the idea of the half-time family engagement coordinator. However, the superintendent and the alt team want to handle that. I understand it just might be sort of starting later. And then I was going back to that original, very controversial proposal by our 3 school committee members at the beginning of this meeting, but going back to that notion of the $13,000 increase in PD stipends. And I was wondering, Superintendent, if we might be able to do without that this year in this budget.
Do without what? I'm sorry.
The increase, I guess there's a $13,000 increase in PD stipends. That's new.
So I will just answer by saying this was a discussion that we had while we were developing the Friday budget, or the budget that came to you on Friday, because principals had a choice really when they were looking through their budgets. What it came down to was just doing building-based budgets per se, or doing professional development. And they all decided that they wanted to try to preserve funds for professional development.
Sorry, you're cutting out on me.
Sorry. So I'm just relating that as we were developing the budget that was presented last Friday, principals had to contend with this issue, because one of the other options would be for them to reduce their PD funding, and they chose not to, because they felt that being able to support teachers in their professional development was very important, more so than materials and supplies.
Got it. Okay, I guess I was just hoping to try and find a little more money so that we might be able to keep the English teacher. That was what I was working towards.
Member Levy, your hand is up. I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Is this better?
Yes.
So Superintendent Provost, if the social emotional coach were to work only with the elementary schools, what percentage time would that be? And if it were to be at the middle school, what percentage time would that be, so that we could get a sense of, if we were going to say half-time or 3/4 time, who then it would serve? Does that question make sense?
Yes. So I think the easiest way to think about that is each one of those schools is 0.2 of a position.
And do you have a sense of where the coach is most needed? Obviously, everybody could use it, but if you had to choose, where would you have that person work?
I would do it based on data. I would take a look at what we have concerning teacher evaluation in places where we have lots of recommendations for staff who either have had a need for classroom management identified, or where they had self-identified developing more effective strategies to implement trauma-sensitive practices, and I would target those. I don't have that data at my fingertip, but that would be the process I'd go through.
But you've also stated that you're not collecting data on behavioral issues at the elementary schools.
No, that's why I would look at the teachers' personal goals and their evaluation to see where we have the most teachers who are working on those types of goals, and that's where I would direct the support.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I just wanted to say that the math does add up, and I'm putting in the chat that under Member Voss's amendment, the amount being cut from the SEL coach would be $34,000 if we're talking about it at roughly half-time. The amount cut from the family engagement coordinator would be $21,250 if they were reduced to 0.75 time, and put together, this would pay for the English teacher, well, almost pay for the English teacher. There would be a difference of $1,150.
Okay, so does that mean Member Voss's amendment, Member Voss would like to make her amendment?
Yes. Sorry, I was put my hand up too after I wrote it out more carefully and made the numbers work roughly. So I would like to put that amendment forward.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox has seconded. So again, the motion before you is that the SEL coach would be reduced to 0.5. Okay, would be halftime, and then the family engagement coordinator would go to 0.75 to restore the English teacher. Okay, so the motion's made and seconded. Is there any further discussion or debate on that? Member Kaufman, your hand is up.
Yeah, I was about to make a another amendment, trying to draw some compromise here. I'm wondering maybe then it's a friendly amendment for Member Voss to consider, but the alternative way of looking at funding the a full-time English teacher would be, in my mind, would be to go back to the idea of a half-time family and student engagement coordinator. And that money plus the savings that Mrs. Valancourt previously talked about, not having, her plan is not to have the English teacher co-teach the academy anymore. So in effect, that the funds from that position then go back to other classes, to be reallocated to other classes. So I'm not positive what I'm saying here. Dr. Provost, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's similar to what you said. It just doesn't create as many part-time positions. So if Dr. Provost could tell me if I'm right about my assumption, but more so if you would consider a friendly amendment, or whether it's another amendment to consider making the family student engagement coordinator half-time, keep the social emotional coach full-time, and fund the full-time English teacher with the savings.
So I know that there was a question posed to me about the English teacher, which I didn't quite get.
Yeah. From Ms. Valancourt's presentation and from her literature that she sent to us previously, it looks like she is determined to take the teacher that she had, the English teacher that she had co-teaching the academy.
Yes.
Who's the teacher we've been referring to by name a couple of times tonight. No longer teach that class. Not him, but the fact that she no longer sees it as a co-teaching class. Therefore, those two sections return, or that position returns to the English department to use for whatever courses that department wants that individual to teach, along with the half of the family and student engagement coordinator position, which I think we determined to be like 42.
So I see what you're asking. So no, there's no savings to that because the individual is currently a full-time English teacher. So wherever you deploy the person, it doesn't matter. It doesn't reduce the cost any.
Well, it doesn't reduce the cost, but it does reallocate that person from what they were previously doing no longer is necessary. So now they can take on 2 or 3 sections of English, which is our goal here.
That was part of Ms. Valancourt's plan. That's part of the plan that people have, my sense is the last hour has been trying to avoid doing that because people have been talking about trying to restore full-time position. The reason that she was recommending that reduction is because moving that position out of its current assignment into just general education allows you to gain two teaching blocks.
Right. So if the individual is gaining 2 teaching blocks and we also save probably the cost of 2/3 of a position from the family student engagement coordinator position, does that not fund a full-time position?
No, because you're not saving anything by redeploying the English teacher.
Okay.
Okay, so there's been an amendment made by Member Voss, so we should vote on that amendment. Any further comments on the amendment? Again, the amendment is to reduce the SEL coach to part-time and reduce the family engagement coordinator to 0.75 in order to restore an English teacher. I would ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment.
Member Busansky?
No.
Member Condon?
Yes.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Gold?
No.
Member Goldman? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
No.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz?
No.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
The yeses carry at 6-4.
Okay, so now we are back to the main motion as amended, and this again would be the April 10th budget as just amended by that past amendment. And so is there any further discussion on the larger package? Okay, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Condon?
Yes.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Gold?
No.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Levy?
No.
Mayor Narcoitz?
No.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Busansky?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-3.
Okay, thank you members for your debate on this, and that has been adopted. So the 2021 budget for the Northampton Public Schools has been adopted. We now move on in our agenda to the next item, which is the Durham contract negotiations and an update on that. and I'll turn to Ms. Lamica or the superintendent. I have Ms. Lamica listed on the agenda.
You want to take that, Cami?
Yep, I'll take it. So the superintendent and I did a Zoom meeting with the regional manager, RJ, and also the general manager of the East Hampton branch. So we had talked about a number of things of what they were trying to accomplish and what we were trying to accomplish. And I had communicated with a number of other business administrators throughout the state, what they were working with their transportation vendors as well. So we have received information from Durham and a proposal of what they were looking to see if a reduction, a discounted rate for the period of our closure, while still being able to employ their drivers with benefits. This particular week here, they did lay their drivers off for this week. Part of the agreement was that they would represent that this would be the April vacation week if we are going to be attending school during April week, vacation week. And so what they were looking for is a 80% of the contract amount, so it'd be a 20% discounted rate. They also have provided us with the opportunity, if we need them, to make deliveries for us, be part of the meals, materials, that they would be having drivers and vehicles to do that for us, to offer that service to us while we're closed. We told them that we would be meeting with the committee tonight, and we have a draft going through that. There would be specific terms. They would allow us to be able to only have a 2-day recall as part of our agreement. So when the governor says we can reopen, we would not need to wait the 10 days again by contract to give them notice that we would want to increase our service again, that we would have 2 days lead time, and that they would be ready to go after those 2 days worth. I don't know if I missed anything else, John, that we had talked about.
I think that's it.
Okay, so this was an update on what the committee had asked the superintendent and business manager to carry forward. So thank you very much on that update.
I don't have the posting open right now. I'm getting to it.
I thought there would
vote on it.
Yeah. Okay. So would someone make a motion to approve this in principle that's been negotiated? We don't have the actual document in front of us, but these are the amendments to the contract.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Gold?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Busansky?
Yes.
Member Condon?
Yes.
Passed with unanimous vote.
Okay, so now I would sad to inform our viewing audience who's still hanging on that we will be needing to go back into executive session.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
There's one more item for the public session.
Okay.
The discussion and possible vote to cancel April vacation.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess the two different versions of this I printed out were not on here. So I will turn that over to the superintendent on that item.
Thank you. So with schools closed, we have the question of what to do with April vacation. This is something that I've been talking with NACE about. My initial feeling is that I felt that there were some advantages to canceling the April vacation. For one, we have just started to get students into a routine of remote learning, and immediately introducing a disruption to that, I think, would be difficult. Another thing is that at the end of the vacation, there would be none of the normal signals that vacation are over. In a typical school vacation, there are many things that prompt students it's over. Probably the most important of those is that buses show up and parents prepare students for school. In this session, it's hard to see how effectively we'd be able to get students back from that. An additional benefit is that it would minimize the disruption in paid hourly workers. At this time, when we're trying to take care of our employees as best we can, typically the hourly workers, and most especially the ESPs, have a break in pay due to the vacation. So eliminating the vacation would eliminate that issue. And then it would allow us to get out earlier, because the 4 days that we would work during the school vacation week, can't work Monday because that's still a state holiday, would get taken off from the end of the year. So my request at this time is that that the school committee vote to cancel April vacation and shorten the school year by 4 days. NACE did poll its membership. The teachers were almost 80% in favor, and the ESPs were more than 90% in favor of eliminating the vacation.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion if someone wanted to make a motion that
Move to eliminate April vacation.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right, so I believe that is the final agenda item. And now I would ask for a motion to go back into the executive session that we started earlier in the meeting, and with the understanding for the public that we will not return from executive session. So we will actually stay on this conference. We'll wait for the public to leave and Northampton Open Media and everyone else to sort of shut down before we begin the executive session on this channel. So I would ask for a motion to move into executive session, similar to the one that was made earlier in the meeting. If someone would make that motion.
I'll move to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation of an open meeting. If an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares, specifically to discuss strategy with respect to NACE's demand for bargaining February 13th, 2020 and April 6th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narcoits, can I say something real quick before we do that?
Yes.
Yes, it's just been on my mind. I think about, I don't know if it was a few weeks ago or a couple of hours ago, I said something that I deeply regret. So I just want to publicly apologize for suggesting that teachers are whining or complaining to me about the problems they're dealing with in terms of students with social and emotional difficulties. That's the furthest from the truth. I was aggravated about something else, and I think I was just trying to make the point that this is something I'm told all the time, and my attempt to reinforce that came out the wrong way, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So, yep. Can we have the roll call, please?
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Mayor Narcoits?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Busansky?
Yes.
Member Condon?
Yes.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Gold?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so I need to inform the public that the school committee will now be moving into executive session. We will not return to open session. We will be adjourning directly from executive session.